Test mic for captions. Caption test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, March 7th, already, 2023, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'd like to introduce first my fellow colleagues here on the board. With me today are Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Nicole Morgan, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Sean McGuire. With us here today is our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our Chief Deputy, Michael Loffer, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, our two Chief Deputies, Jonathan Bishop and Eric Oppenheimer. Our Acting Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today is Meredith Thompson. This is a hybrid meeting. We have both an online component and here in a physical room at the Cal EPA building in Sacramento. If you're online, you're viewing us one of two ways. One, either through the customary webcast on the Cal EPA website or on the YouTube Live website. But if you intend on commenting on any item on today's agenda, you should be on the Zoom platform with us. There are instructions on how to get on the platform at the top of today's agenda, but if you're having any issues doing so, please do just email our clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she will help you get onto the platform. Once you're on the Zoom platform, your camera will be off. You will be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone here in the room, good morning, good to see you. A couple just announcements for us here as well. Please do observe the exits. If there is an emergency, we will just calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await any further direction. If you intend on commenting on any of the items today, there's a QR code in the back, or you can speak to the clerk in order to get onto the speaker card. Once you are up here, please introduce yourself. If you're part of any affiliation, do so. And also, before we begin, please do try to silence your phones so that we don't have any unneeded disruptions. With that, I want to thank everyone, and we can get into our agenda. As always, we have and begin with public forum, which is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board on any issue not currently calendared before the board. And I believe we have a couple of commenters. One commenter may be looking to speak on either item number 2, the SACWIS update, and hearing actually, apologies, and then the informational item. If so, you can just indicate and we can move your comment out of public forum. And our first public forum commenter will be Tien in person. Thank you. Tien Tran? Virtual.
Hi, I'm participating over Zoom. Good morning. Yeah, good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the board. I'm Tien Tran, Policy Advocate from Community Water Center. Last month, with partners, I provided comments on the San Joaquin Valley groundwater sustainability plans, and since then, the Department of Water Resources has made determinations on those 12 plans in the San Joaquin Valley. And I just want to echo what Godo Atume said. She's a water policy analyst from Clean Water Action. She said, "We are pleased to see that DWR is taking this critical step to reject inadequate groundwater management plans that would have harmed thousands of families across the San Joaquin Valley. These families, they rely on shallow domestic wells or community wells for their only source of water. And the State Water Board now has a very important responsibility to oversee these plans and ensure that they will protect drinking water as a critical component of sustainability. DWR and the State Water Board must continue to listening to these families who have led the decades-long fight for safe and affordable drinking water in California. This means addressing the gaps in the approved and also the inadequate plans. In order for these plans to ultimately be successful, the State Water Board must provide guidance on the human right to water, water quality, climate change resilience, and stakeholder engagement. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to working together in this new stage of SGMA, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. Thank you.
Thank you as well. A lot more discussion certainly before this board here in the soon future, and appreciate the comments and participation as always, so thank you. Next in public forum we have Manny Solis. Mr. Solis, it may be that you would like to speak on item number 2, but would like to call your name.
bear with me one moment. Manny Solis had indicated presence in the room, but there is an M. Solis who's joining us via Zoom who has not yet connected audio. So,
Good morning, Mr. Solis. You should have an opportunity to unmute here. Should invite you to. Good morning.
Okay, am I in the meeting?
You are.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, Vice Chair, and board members. My name is Manny Solis. I'm speaking on behalf of IBW Local Union 11, and we are all here in Local 11 in support of the draft amendment of the Water Quality Control Policy and on the use of coastal and estuarine waters for plant cooling. And I believe now is not the time to reduce California's energy independence. These generating stations, all manned by our manpower, have very good jobs and keep our state responsive to the power needs of all of our communities. So please approve the draft amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Solis. I appreciate the comments, and we will take them as part of item number 2. And thank you.
Thank you very, very much.
And with that, I believe that wraps up public forum. And so thank you, everyone, for their opportunity to speak before the board. Next, we can move on to board business. And the first item is consideration of adoption of the February 22nd, 2023 board meeting minutes. Were there any adjustments, anything anyone would like to adjust? And then otherwise, we'll accept a motion.
I'll make a motion to move item 1.
You have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Excuse me. Board Member Morgan?
Aye.
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Board Member Firestone?
Abstain.
Thank you. Vice Chair Diadamo?
Aye.
Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you all as well. Nail biter on the meeting minutes sometimes, and appreciate that. Next, we can move on to item number 2, which is our public hearing on the proposed amendment to the Water Quality Control Policy on the use of coastal and estuarine waters for power plant cooling to extend the compliance dates for Alamitos, Huntington Beach, Ormond Beach, and Scattergood generating stations. And I believe Mr. Dolan will take the leading oar in presenting today's item.
Good morning, board members.
Good morning. Good morning.
All right, my name is Jonathan Dolan, and I'm an environmental scientist in the State Water Board's Division of Water Quality. With me today from the State Water Board are Kat Walsh, Rebecca Fitzgerald, and Catherine Hagan. I'll be presenting on the proposed amendment to the Water Quality Control Policy on the use of coastal and estuarine waters for power plant cooling, also known as the Once Through Cooling Policy, or OTC policy. We also have representatives from the Statewide Advisory Committee on Cooling Water Intake Structures, or SACWIS, who are available to respond to questions and comments throughout the meeting. Next slide, please. The proposed amendment would extend the compliance dates for Alamitos Generating Stations, Station Units 3, 4, and 5, Huntington Beach Generating Station Unit 2, and Ormond Beach Generating Station Units 1 and 2 by 3 years, from December 31st, 2023 to December 31st, 2026. As discussed later in this presentation, these proposed extensions are in response to a recommendation from the SACWIS to support system-wide grid reliability. The proposed amendment would also extend the compliance date for Scattergood Generating Station, Units 1 and 2, by 5 years, from December 31st, 2024 to December 31st, 2029. This proposed extension is in response to a request from the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, or the LADWP, to support local grid reliability in the Los Angeles Basin. Next slide. This proposed amendment also includes administrative changes to the implementation provisions and schedule in the OTC policy. The first of these changes would revise the compliance dates for Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant Units 1 and 2 to October 31st, 2030, in Table 1 of the OTC policy. This is a change without regulatory effect to ensure that the OTC policy is consistent with the compliance date already established for Diablo Canyon through Senate Bill 846, which was signed into law by Governor Newsom on September 2nd, 2022. This non-regulatory change is being made now because it is consistent with the new compliance date established for Diablo Canyon by SB 846, and because the amendment process is already underway. The other administrative change specifies that the SACWIS will report to the State Water Board on the status of OTC policy implementation at least through 2026 to match the compliance dates of fossil-fueled power plants and the California Independent System Operator, or CAISO, Balancing Authority area. Next slide. The proposal to extend the compliance dates for the 3 fossil-fueled facilities within the California Independent System Operators Balancing Authority area, or Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and Ormond Beach generating stations, is based on a recommendation from the SACWIS at the September 2022 SACWIS meeting. The proposal is intended to bolster California's system-wide grid reliability over the next several years. In May 2022, the state's energy agencies presented the results of an updated analysis that focused on summer 2022 and summer 2025. This analysis identified an additional capacity need up to 10,000 megawatts to maintain reliability during summer 2025. This additional capacity need is based on projected increases in energy demand, potential delays, and extreme and coincidental events, as discussed in the next section of this presentation. Following this analysis, Governor Gavin Newsom signed Assembly Bill 205 on June 30th, 2022, which created the Electricity Supply Strategic Reliability Reserve, or Strategic Reserve, to scale up demand-side programs, bring online new resources, harden critical grid assets, continue to implement new planning processes, and generally bolster system reliability. Importantly, the Strategic Reserve allows the Department of Water Resources to extend the operations of power plants currently scheduled for retirement, including the OTC facilities. If the proposed amendment is approved, Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and Ormond Beach would provide up to 2,854 megawatts of capacity to the Strategic Reserve. Next slide. Following the SACWIS recommendation to extend Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and Ormond Beach's compliance dates in September 2022, the California Public Utilities Commission, California Energy Commission, and California Independent System Operator clarified their request to extend these facilities' compliance dates. In November 2022, these agencies submitted a joint letter to the State Water Board clarifying that the recommendation to extend the OTC compliance dates for Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and Ormond Beach generating stations is contingent on these facilities participating only in the Strategic Reserve and not serving as resource adequacy resources. By participating in the Strategic Reserve, the power plants would only be called upon to support grid operations during extreme events, which would help limit the use of once-through cooling. Next slide. This slide shows footnote 4 in the proposed amendment. we are proposing to add footnote 4 to Table 1 of the OTC policy, which shows facility compliance dates. For clarity, we intend to add the word only to emphasize that the extension of the compliance dates for Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and Ormond Beach generating stations is contingent on these facilities participating only in the strategic reserve. This language revision reflects how the capacity of these facilities is to be used through 2026, should their compliance dates be extended. This clarification will be reflected in footnote 4 of the proposed final amendment when it is released. Next slide. This graphic illustrates the 4 broad categories of capacity needs during coinciding extreme events, which amount up to 10,000 megawatts in summer 2025. The first category capacity resources needed are those needed to meet traditional grid reliability planning standards, shown as the most bottom bar in dark blue. These are based on evaluating the supply necessary to meet demand such that the system is not likely to have more than one outage event in 10 years, known as the 1 in 10 loss of load event planning standard. The California Energy Commission's most recent demand forecast update, released in January 2022, projected a greater demand through 2026 than was previously anticipated, meaning there is a potential lag or need for additional capacity to meet the 1 in 10 loss of load event planning standard. This lag is represented by the top portion of the dark blue bar. The second category reflects the capacity resources needed to cover delays in the development of previously authorized procurement of new generation and storage resources, shown in the gray bar, second from bottom. Many of California's new solar projects, for example, are facing delays due to an ongoing solar tariff investigation by the Department of Commerce. The third category consists of the capacity resources needed to address conditions that are not incorporated in the traditional planning standard, which is reflected in yellow, second from top. Conditions not incorporated in the traditional planning standard include extreme events such as the west-wide heat wave experienced in August 2020, which led to multiple incidents of load curtailment. The fourth category reflects the capacity resources needed to address coincident extreme events, shown in red, the topmost bar. An example of a coincident extreme event is the bootleg wildfire that occurred in Oregon in summer 2022, which reduced imports of electricity to the CAISO Balancing Authority area during a simultaneously occurring heat wave. Next slide. This slide depicts the same information shown in the previous slide, but in numeric form. The top row corresponds with the capacity needed in summer 2025 to cover the lag in the 1 in 10 loss of load event planning standard, which is up to 1,800 megawatts. The middle row reflects the capacity needed to account for extreme events and coincidental extreme events not reflected in the 1 in 10 loss of load event planning standard, and this amounts up to 5,000 megawatts. The bottom row shows the capacity needed to cover potential energy project delays, which is up to 3,800 megawatts. Importantly, the total risk in a worst-case coincidental extreme event could be as high as 10,000 megawatts in 2025. Of note is that the total capacity of Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and Ormond Beach generating stations is approximately 2,850 megawatts. The proposed extension of these facilities is one of several actions being undertaken by the state's energy agencies to address the total risk. Next slide, please. The proposal to extend the compliance date for Scattergood, which is in the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power Balancing Authority area, is based on a request from the LADWP to support local reliability. In February 2019, Mayor Eric Garcetti announced that the Los Angeles Green New Deal, which requires 100% zero carbon energy capacity for the LADWP's Balancing Authority area by 2045. This plan affected the LADWP's previous plans to repower Scattergood's OTC units with dry-cooled fossil-fueled units, which contribute to climate change. Therefore, the LADWP is planning a major twofold project that involves upgrading transmission infrastructure and constructing a new hydrogen generating plant. Many of these projects won't be ready until 2029, and the LADWP requested the compliance date extension to provide adequate time for the planning, permitting, and construction of the new power plant and transmission projects. Additionally, to determine the effects on local reliability of Scattergood's retirement by its current OTC compliance date of December 31st, 2024, the LADWP conducted a local capacity technical study. This study concluded the western portion of the LADWP's balancing authority area would experience shortfalls up to 254 megawatts through 2029 without Scattergood's existing capacity. In December 2021, the LADWP Board of Commissioners adopted the Local Capacity Technical Study and Report, which recommended extending Scattergood's compliance date through 2029. This request was supported by the SACWIS when it approved the special SACWIS report in September 2022. Next slide. And in the next few slides, I will discuss water quality, land use, air quality, and environmental justice considerations associated with the proposed amendment. Next, please. This graph, which is included in the draft staff report, shows historic and projected water use for all OTC power plants as a daily average in millions of gallons per day. Water use is on the y-axis and time is on the x-axis. The green line, approximately in the middle of the graph, illustrates maximum allowed statewide OTC flow rates under the initial compliance schedule after the OTC policy was first adopted by the State Water Board in 2010. The OTC policy has been amended several times since its 2010 adoption, and each amendment has affected the OTC policy's compliance schedule. Maximum allowed statewide OTC flow rates under the most current compliance schedule are shown in the solid blue line, approximately at the top of the graph. The dashed blue line, the topmost in the graph, illustrates maximum allowed statewide OTC flow rates under the proposed OTC policy amendment. OTC facilities often operate below their maximum capacity, meaning they use less OTC than permitted. Actual statewide OTC flow rates are reflected in the solid red line at the bottom of the graph, where each year represents the average OTC flow rates from the beginning to the end of that year. Estimated statewide flow rates are shown in the dotted red line. This graph shows that the daily average OTC flow rates have decreased over time as power plants have come into compliance with the OTC policy. As shown in the figure, the projected fleet water use is still below design flow rates from the policy's current compliance schedule. The figure is current as of December 2022. Next slide, please. Regarding marine life impacts, the proposed amendment will allow continued water quality impacts associated with the use of OTC intakes for power plant cooling, including impingement and entrainment of marine life. The owners of OTC power plants will continue to comply with the interim mitigation requirements of the OTC policy until they achieve final compliance. Also note that State Water Board staff is developing proposed updates to interim mitigation payment calculation costing. Staff anticipates a draft of these updates being available for public comment later this year. Next, please. As we move forward with the proposed amendment, State Water Board staff is also considering impacts from the continued discharge of wastewater from the affected power plants. These discharges are permitted under National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES, permits that are adopted and enforced by the Regional Water Quality Control Boards. Huntington Beach and Ormond Beach have NPDES permits that expire on December 31st, 2025. The permittees may also submit applications and reports of waste discharge to renew these permits 180 days prior to their expiration. Scattergood has an NPDES permit that was administratively extended by the Los Angeles Regional Water Board on March 18, 2021. The terms and actions of this order continue to be in full effect pending action on a new or revised permit. Next, please. Alamitos has an NPDES permit that expires on December 31st, 2025. The permittee may submit applications and report of waste discharge to renew this permit 180 days prior to its expiration. Applicable to OTC discharges, Alamitos also has a time schedule order, or TSO, with interim effluent limitations for several constituents. The TSO and interim effluent limitations expire on December 31st, 2023 to match the facility's current OTC compliance date. Because the TSO was originally adopted on September 10th, 2015, the TSO can only be renewed through September 10th, 2025, due to the 10-year time limit on TSOs. Any discharge after that date until the end of 2026 will need to meet final effluent limitations, which the facility currently cannot attain, or be subject to mandatory minimum penalties. Los Angeles Regional Water Board staff has indicated they expect exceedances of the final effluent limitations when the facility operates after the TSO expires, primarily associated with temperature from thermal discharges that are a byproduct of OTC power generation. In order to propose an extension of the TSO from 2023 to 2025, the Los Angeles Regional Water Board would need to consider actions and milestones that would lead to compliance with the effluent limits, which may include recognition that the OTC water use will end by the compliance date. State Water Board staff is continuing to coordinate with Los Angeles Regional Water Board staff to explore a potential project timeline and examine considerations of potential temperature exceedances. Next, please. The proposed amendment aims to ensure grid reliability necessary to ensure the welfare of all residents of California, though it will allow continued water quality impacts associated with the use of OTC intakes at the 4 power plants. Continued water quality impacts include impingement and entrainment of marine life. Measures within the State Water Board's authority to address impingement and entrainment impacts are currently in place through the OTC policies provision that existing power plants must implement measures to mitigate interim impingement and entrainment impacts until final compliance with the OTC policy is achieved. Additionally, the regional water quality control boards regulate the intake and effluent from the power plants through NPDES permits. The State Water Board also acknowledges that the OTC facilities are located on or near the unceded historic territories of some California Native American tribes, as well as disadvantaged communities near Alamitos, Ormond Beach, and Scattergood. It should be noted that the only disadvantaged community with a residential population is in Oxnard, near Ormond Beach. Based on these impacts and in accordance with Assembly Bill 2108, State Water Board staff is conducting outreach with representatives of the Chumash and Gabrielino Native American tribes, as well as representatives of the disadvantaged community near Ormond Beach, to inform them about the public process and opportunities for participation, as well as to identify water quality impacts within the Water Board's jurisdiction and options to mitigate or eliminate those impacts. State Water Board staff has also prepared a fact sheet focused on environmental justice concerns and has broadly distributed notices of opportunity for public comment. Next, please. And that brings us to our project timeline. So the proposed amendment was preceded by recommendations from the September 2022 special SACWIS meeting, which were presented to the State Water Board during an information item in December 2022. The draft staff report for the proposed amendment was released for public comment on January 31st, 2023. Following the close of the public comment period at noon on March 17th, 2023, Staff will prepare responses to comments and revise the draft staff report as needed and appropriate, and anticipate releasing these documents in July 2023. Staff anticipates bringing these items before the State Water Board for consideration of adoption in August of 2023. Next, please. And finally, to be kept updated on future document releases and meeting dates pertaining to the proposed amendment of the OTC policy, we suggest that members of the public consider subscribing to the OTC policy email subscription list. A link to the subscription form can be accessed at the bottom of the State Water Board's OTC policy webpage, as illustrated here. Once on the subscription form, users should check the Ocean Issues Once Through cooling box underneath the water quality section. Next slide, please. And that concludes our presentation on the proposed amendment to the OTC policy. At this point in the hearing, we welcome oral comments from the public. As a reminder, you may also submit written comments on the proposed amendment until March 17th, 2023 at noon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dolan. I really appreciate the good presentation. I particularly liked seeing, just because it is important for me to really understand what is the measure of the impact of the considerations that we're having here. That chart seeing compliance with the once through cooling policy, kind of where we are, what this adjustment further does to those timelines and expectations as, you know, first tied to the actual adoption of this. So thank you for that. I don't have any direct questions now. I look forward to hearing everyone's input and comment, and look over to my colleagues in case they have anything. Hearing none, we have about 20 or so, 23 folks to comment. So I think we should be able to get through folks here relatively quickly. I see a number of hands up on the platform. Do know that I'm just going to take everyone in order of application or submittal of your public speaker card. You know, we did take one commenter out of order because and indicated to speak for public forum. So other folks, if your hand is up because you're looking to speak sooner, I'm going to try to just quickly get through folks again in order of received. So our first commenter then will be Matt Batelli. Batil, who will be followed by Eric Watts here in person, and then Annalisa Moe. And if folks take a look at the ticker, it will show, you know, relatively when you'll be coming up, and importantly, to be prepared. Mr. Batil, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Matthew Botel. I am a division chief of the Industrial Strategies Division at the California Air Resources Board, and I am part of the the SACWIZ, and my staff support the technical review of requests for OTC extensions. As many of you may recall, at the September 2022 SACWIZ meeting, CARB had abstained from weighing in on the request by LADWP to extend the compliance dates for the 2 Scattergood units because we needed more time to work with the South Coast Air District and evaluate the request. Broadly, CARB staff's air quality review with respect to the proposed extensions of OTC generating units involves coordination with the local air districts to identify requirements that need to be met related to permitting, as well as to identify provisions in current or anticipated future rulemaking proceedings that may have a bearing on operations in the context of the OTC compliance date extension proposals. So since that time, CARB staff have followed up on these items with the South Coast AQMD and with LADWP, and CARB staff are comfortable with that the Scattergood OTC units 1 and 2 will be able to comply with applicable permitting requirements during the extension period and are now supportive of granting the extension. So I just want to thank everybody for the time today and for the report and the consideration. And that's all for me.
Thank you, Mr. Botel. Appreciate the involvement and comments here. Thank you. Next, I believe this person is here in the room with us and would like to call up then Eric Watts. Good morning. You may need to turn on the microphone there. There's just a button at the base. No. Yeah, there's a button right at the base and the light should be on then. Good.
Is that better?
Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. Good morning. Nice to be here in person this year as opposed to on the phone. I'm Eric Watts. I'm the Chief Commercial Officer for Genon Energy that owns Ormond Beach Power Station. As in the past, we certainly agree and support the decision to extend the compliance deadline for the OTC assets, especially for Ormond Beach. As you know, Ormond Beach is an almost 1,500 megawatt gas plant that has historically supplied that capacity for local and system reliability. The decision or the timing of the decision is fairly important to us. We're currently in a planned outage in anticipation of the actual decision. We'll also ensure that we have adequate staff, adequate testing, adequate permitting, all in anticipation of that. But we have to start doing that now, and so we're trying to get ahead of it. We believe that continued operation of the plant will have minimal environmental impacts. We're committed to meeting all of the intermitigation requirements. Historically, we have a very low impingement rate. We also have an excellent track record, no violations or notices of error or other permits. I think Ormond has about a 2% capacity factor, give or take, which in of itself just reflects the low emission rate and water intake. Lastly, we will continue to ensure that the community isn't unfairly impacted by any continued operations. I believe Alex Nguyen is on the phone and will comment as well from the city of Oxnard. You may be aware that several years ago in the last extension, we have an agreement with the city of Oxnard to remediate the site after its useful life. Happy to report that will be fully funded for the city for the demolition and remediation by the end of this year. In addition, if we're extended, we have continued that agreement to provide additional public coastal access for the community, and Alex can speak to that. We're clearly very proud of those agreements, our relationship with the city and the community, and we'll definitely continue that. In addition, happy that Ormond can be part of the plan to continue grid reliability. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Watts. I appreciated that, and do appreciate, I know some concern around this action is the delay of what are some, I know, really incredible and needed remediation ultimately and work with the community to really think of what the after of operations look like. And I appreciate the leadership that has been demonstrated in working with Oxnard to map that out. And I think for me, sometimes some of the balances, I think people are waiting for those things to kind of happen, and then, this will delay that a bit more, but appreciate the continued commitment.
Sure, and we have a lot of detail around what that plan looks like for the community, and Alex and the rest of the staff are very much involved in that process, as you can imagine. So we hope that paves the way for success. So
thank you. Appreciate that, Mr.
Appreciate
Watts.
it.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Annalisa Mo, who will be followed by Alexander Nguyen.
All right. Good morning, Chair Escobar and members of the State Board. For the record, my name is Annalisa Mo. I'm speaking today on behalf of Heal the Bay. We're an environmental nonprofit based in Southern California, and we're dedicated to making the coastal waters and watersheds of Greater Los Angeles safe, healthy, and clean. Now, before I begin, you'll be hearing later from my colleague, Ben Harris from LA Waterkeeper, with comments about the Scattergood facility specifically, and our experience working with LADWP. And I want to support the comments that Ben will share with you. My comments this morning will address this extension proposal more generally. As many of you know, Heal the Bay has played a pivotal role in the development of the once through cooling or OTC policy due to the significant harmful and ongoing impacts of OTC operations on our valuable marine resources. It's been nearly 2 decades now since the California Energy Commission first recognized once through cooling as a contributing factor to the degradation of California's fisheries, estuaries, bays, and coastal waters. This was back in 2005. It's really imperative that we transition away from this harmful operation. And we are therefore extremely disappointed to see yet another deadline extension proposal. And we're really frustrated with the lack of progress made so far by energy agencies and remaining once through cooling facilities towards their energy procurement commitments. The last proposed, or this latest proposed amendment is based on the alleged need to secure grid reliability amidst increasing effects of climate change and supply chain issues, which are, of course, challenges that we all face in recent years. We certainly understand the need for grid reliability, particularly during times of peak energy demand. But as we transition to renewable and carbon-free energy sources in Southern California, we do need to take those needs for energy demand into account. However, it's really important to remember that the original deadlines of the 2010 OTC policy were developed in coordination with the energy agencies specifically to account for the need for grid reliability. And further, we must consider the negative impacts of allowing once-through cooling operations to continue beyond the timeline specified in that 2010 OTC policy. And we have to consider the impacts of these extensions on both public and environmental health, which cannot be treated as a secondary consideration. From Heal the Bay's point of view, the State Board should not consider any extension proposals unless major changes are made. To start, interim mitigation fees must be increased to better address ongoing impacts from continued once-through cooling operations. The amount of money paid in mitigation fees between 2015 and 2022 was pretty minuscule, and in fact was never meant to be punitive, nor was it meant to fully mitigate once-through cooling impacts. So the State Board should consider significantly increasing the interim mitigation fees for facilities operating beyond the original deadlines of the 2010 OTC policy in order to account for a number of things like higher infiltration rates, ongoing once-through cooling impacts, which would otherwise be eliminated if the original deadlines were met, but also the cumulative impacts of continued once-through cooling operations from all of the remaining facilities. In addition, all mitigation fees must be directed towards local projects that will actually serve to remediate the harmful causes, the harm caused by continued once-through cooling operation at the remaining facilities. At a minimum, however, the State Board should direct once-through cooling operators to coordinate with local organizations to develop and finalize sufficient mitigation plans prior to State Board adoption of proposed amendments, which could occur later this year. We will continue to work with operators like LADWP in good faith on a possible agreement for additional mitigation payments outside of the OTC policy for facilities like Scattergood. But at this time, we have yet to see a mitigation plan in writing, and so we cannot support an extension request at this time. I'd like to transition real quickly because I'd like to talk for a moment about the role of the Statewide Advisory Committee on Cooling Water Intake Structures, otherwise known as SACWIS. I'd like to point out that SACWIS does not include any non-governmental representation, and they're meant to advise the State Board. When SACWIS submits a recommendation for extension to the State Board, they should include sufficient justification for the recommendation, not only based on the reasons that an extension is necessary, which I think has been pretty well documented, but also based on actions taken to support final compliance to prove good faith efforts have been taken thus far. SACWIS must provide a summary of actions taken to date that support movement towards final compliance, including identification of alternative generating resources to replace once-through cooling facilities on the energy grid. Now, under the proposed amendment, SACWIS is required to continue reporting to the State Board on the status of OTC policy implementation. As part of these reports, the State Board should require SACWIS to provide regular updates on their progress towards achieving 100% zero carbon electricity resources by 2045. And also report on the contributions toward this goal provided by the remaining once-through cooling facilities who are also responsible for achieving this goal. The State Board should also require SACWIS to provide regular updates on actions taken to improve efficiency, particularly during those times of peak energy demand. And lastly, SACWIS and remaining OTC facilities must provide detailed plans for how compliance will be achieved, in addition to their report on, the implementation that has occurred to date. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide comments. I'm happy to provide answers for any questions that the board may have.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that, Ms. Moe. I appreciate the critical eye to the work and the suggestions for improvement on how we can be really ensuring that we're driving to finality, if you will, on the once through cooling policy. I think we're all there, and appreciate that. For us especially, as I think everyone knows, the aspect of this that it's really dealing with the energy grid and reliability there. We don't have internal expertise with and so the SACWIS and our sister agencies are an important part of signaling to us what that right balance is for the board. And so I do want to highlight, I am interested in making sure that we maybe have further discussion. This is just a workshop here. We're not making a decision today, but I will just highlight on the issue of interim mitigation fees and, really looking at those a bit differently now that we're on our third extension and what, may be a little more of an incentive perhaps amongst it. And if it's within our authority or our space to be able to look at that.
Just to remind you what Jonathan said during the presentation, we are actually in the process of recalculating the mitigation fee. I would disagree with Annalisa that it wasn't designed to fully mitigate. It was, and it was based on the information we had in 2010. So it has had a escalator for inflation every year, but I think that we recognize that the cost of project is probably higher now than it was when that was originally calculated, and that's based on what it would cost to remediate those amounts. And so that's coming forward. I'd also like to say that we are planning to bring to the board the resolution which sets those, because it was done outside of the policy. At the time, we thought we wouldn't need to reopen the policy ever, and so doing it by resolution would be much more efficient, because we expected to change this over time. So we will be bringing that to you, and that will go through a public process on how that money is allocated. Currently, it's allocated between the Ocean Protection Council and the Coastal Conservancy. We have heard from a number of folks that that as this goes on, it would be more helpful to have it directed towards the area in close proximity. So we'll be thinking about that as we go through that process.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Vice Chair, please.
Time frame?
So my recollection, and we can follow up after, is that we will be bringing it to you in the fall.
Really appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you again, Ms. Moe.
So I just have a quick correction.
Yes,
it would more likely be winter that we would bring that to you.
Okay, thank you. Important correction. Thank you, Ms. Walsh. Truly. Thank you both. Next, I'd like to call up Alex Nguyen. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. It's a pleasure to address the board at your workshop this morning. I am the city manager for Oxnard. And I just want to convey that we understand and we accept that we are part of the state and accept the state's broader needs for their grid reliability. Additionally, our public benefit agreements that we've made with GenOn certainly make these extensions much more palatable. We are a little concerned if there should be too many restrictions on GenOn's ability to get the right contracts, because that could diminish our agreements. Our first agreement from the prior extension is nearly fully funded and will provide us with the resources to actually dismantle the power plant after it's decommissioned. And I think we're very grateful and excited about that prospect, unlike some other communities who've had power plants close and they remain standing after many, many years. And our city council has voted to agree to a new contract that, should this extension go through, that will provide us with adequate funding to create and build public access spaces and some park improvements, so that after the power plant is dismantled, we can have actual access back onto the beach, which our community hasn't had for half a century, actually. We've been bookended on our beautiful coastline with 2 power plants for about 60 years. So while we understand the broader and greater needs of the state, and we can support this proposed extension, we also hope that this will be the final one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Really appreciate the engagement and comments this morning. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you.
Next, I believe we have a commenter in the room and would like to call up Mark Miller.
Good morning, Chair, board members. As Eric said, it's actually nice to be face-to-face and do this as opposed to sitting on a screen where you guys are probably getting bored of the backdrop in my office. So it's actually good to see this. Good morning. My name is Mark Miller. I am the AES California Market Business Leader and General Manager for AES's Southland facilities, which include Huntington Beach and Alamitos generating stations. If approved, the draft amendment as presented, AES is prepared to continue operating the Alamitos and Huntington Beach generating stations to support grid reliability within the electricity supply strategic reliability reserve, subject to successful contract negotiations with the DWR. Our facilities have consistently demonstrated that they are ready and capable of supporting California's grid reliability needs. We invest significant capital each year to ensure that our facilities are maintained in a state of readiness to safely serve local and system needs. The Alamitos and Huntington Beach facilities helped keep the lights on during the rolling blackouts of 2020 and performed strongly in successive years in 2021 and 2022, achieving an overall 90% availability during those critical summer month periods. During the recent heat wave of last year, all units at the Huntington Beach and Alamitos facility supported the critical peak hours over that 10-day period. The air and water emissions from the Alamitos and Huntington Beach facilities are subject to and in compliance with all federal, state, and local laws, ordinances, regulations, and standards established for the protection of air and water quality through their respective authorities. As outlined in the draft staff report, the Alamitos and Huntington Beach facilities will continue to be subject to interim mitigation requirements in respect to the continued OTC water use through the proposed extension period. We are also proud supporter of programs that support coastal enhancement through wetland restoration and educational programs that benefit disadvantaged communities. The recent rollout of our AES Coastal Enhancement Program in 2022 is a clear example of our commitment to these types of programs. We intend to incorporate a similar voluntary environmental mitigation program, element into this extension process, conceptually in line with that implemented last year through our Coastal Enhancement Program, providing obviously that the 2 facilities are extended through 2026. We're developing this program in consultation with key stakeholders over the next few months and will revert with a defined program early this spring. In closing, we support the draft amendment to the Water Quality Control Policy on the use of coastal and estuarine waters for power plant cooling of the State Water Resource Control Board, dated January 31st, 2023, as presented. I'm available to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Appreciate the time and presence here in person. And no further questions, so thank you. Really appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Kyle Brochard, who will be followed by Jill Zemek.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. I had only put in to speak if necessary, and I don't have any necessary comments at this time. But
thank you. Appreciate that then. Good morning and thanks. Next, then, I'd like to call Jill Zemek, who will be followed by Katie Mills. Good morning.
Morning. Hello, I'm Jill Zamek, representing San Luis Obispo Mothers for Peace. Mothers for Peace has been legal interveners in Diablo Canyon nuclear plant safety issues since 1973. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about our concerns with the draft amendment to the Water Quality Control Policy on the use of coastal and estuarine waters for power plant cooling. According to the notice of the draft amendment and the staff report, the draft policy amendment would make a change without regulatory effect to revise the compliance date for phasing out once-through cooling at Diablo Canyon Nuclear Plant, Units 1 and 2 from 2024 to 2030 to comport with the extension provided by Senate Bill 846. However, we respectfully disagree with premises contained in the staff report in this regard. First, the draft amendment on the once-through cooling policy as applied to Diablo Canyon would not be a change without regulatory effect. Changing the compliance deadline for Diablo is effectively an impermissible exemption to Section 316B of the Clean Water Act, because the Water Board has already determined that cooling towers are the best available technology, and PG&E has not demonstrated, and the Water Board has never found, that cooling towers are infeasible or create a conflict with the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission safety requirements. Although the Water Board was in the process of conducting that analysis back in 2014, this process was stopped because environmental groups and PG&E entered into a settlement agreement whereby PG&E would agree to seek approval from the CPUC to permanently close Diablo Unit 1 in 2024 and Unit 2 in 2025. In 2018, the CPUC granted that approval to permanently close Diablo. Second, we do not believe that Senate Bill 846 can lawfully be interpreted to mean that the legislature itself has extended the once-through cooling policy compliance deadline, because the legislature has no authority under the Clean Water Act to do so. The legislature has no federal statutory authority to alter the Water Board's previously established deadlines of November 2, 2024 for Unit 1 and August 28, 2025 for Unit 2 for replacement of Diablo Canyon's once-through cooling system with cooling towers. The Water Board imposed the 2024 and 2025 compliance deadlines in order to ensure compliance with the requirement of Section 316 of the Clean Water Act, and that, quote, the location, design, construction, and capacity of cooling water intake structures reflect the best technology available for minimizing adverse environmental impacts, end quote. Therefore, the deadlines may only be altered by the Water Board under the authority delegated to it by the Clean Water Act and the Memorandum of Agreement between the state and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency for implementation of the Clean Water Act. Therefore, the Water Board must maintain the existing compliance deadlines of November 2, 2024 for Unit 1 and August 28, 2025 for Unit 2 for PG&E's replacement of the once-through cooling system with cooling towers at Diablo Canyon, unless and until the Water Board picks up where it left off in 2015 and completes the required analysis and determines that cooling towers are not feasible at Diablo as alleged by PG&E. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours, Ms. Emick. I really appreciate your engagement and comments today in this public process. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Katie Mills, who will be followed by Rebecca Morales, who is speak if necessary. So, Ms. Morales, feel free to let us know otherwise. Ms. Mills, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Katie Mills, and I am the Director of Education at Tree People.
Yes. Sorry, I didn't realize this was on there, but yeah, I just wanted.
Okay. Tree People inspires and supports the people of Southern California to come together to plant and care for trees, harvest the rain, and renew depleted landscapes. We unite with communities to grow a greener, shadier, and more water-secure environment, and we advocate for a healthy, thriving Southern California. Tree People has partnered with AES to create the Coastal Enhancement Program in collaboration with Los Cerritos Wetlands Authority and Bolsa Chica Conservancy in an effort to restore coastal wetlands in Long Beach and Huntington Beach, and to engage disadvantaged communities in Southern California to expose families and students to these precious wetlands. The partnership aims to restore the wetlands through engagement, education, and stewardship programs. So I'm here today to speak on behalf of the draft amendment. We understand the need to extend the operations of AES generating stations in Long Beach and Huntington Beach to 2026 to ensure reliable energy sources in the community. We know that communities rely on energy to stay healthy and thriving. We also know the state of California depends on reliability of the grid and existing infrastructure as it transforms to renewable energy sources. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share our views.
Thank you, Ms. Mills. Thank you for sharing them, your time this morning and participation in this discussion. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next, I'd like to call up Rebecca Morales, who will be followed by Benjamin Harris and then Joseph Giever. Okay, thank you. Then we will move on to Benjamin Harris. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me well?
We can. Thank you.
Great. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the State Board. My name is Benjamin Harris, and I am the staff attorney at Los Angeles Waterkeeper. I first wanted to echo the comments that were previously made by my colleague Annalisa Moe at Hilda Bay regarding the general concerns that we both share about these OTC extensions for 4 plants. LA Waterkeeper agrees that mitigation fees must be increased for all these 4 plants, that these OTC plants must comply with the OTC policy as soon as possible, and that any future extension requests for these plants and others must include justifications based on actions taken to date to identify alternative generation resources that can help replace these OTC facilities rather than having them stay online. I also wanted to use more of my time today to speak more specifically about the proposed extension for LADWP to operate its Scattergood plant until 2029. LA Waterkeeper and other NGO partners knew that LADWP would be seeking this extension for Scattergood for many years, since at least 2019. LA Waterkeeper was initially skeptical of OTC extensions generally because of the significant coastal impacts and because compliance deadlines were carefully selected from the outset to ensure grid reliability. LADWP also had successfully negotiated the longest timelines for its OTC plans to phase out in that initial OTC policy. While we are sympathetic with the position that LADWP is currently in, how did LADWP and the state allow the grid to get to the point where we are now faced with the need to extend OTC compliance deadlines once again? Never-ending compliance extensions help reinforce that agencies like LADWP can continue to delay compliance without any consequences, and we believe that is exactly what happened here. With that being said, since 2019, LA Waterkeeper and our partners have tried to negotiate with LADWP in good faith to find a way to support the extension for Scattergood, with the understanding that the extension would come with significant additional mitigation payments to directly address the harm from Scattergood's continued operation. We also understood that the extension would come with commitments to a clean energy future through in-basin renewable generation. And we also believed that this would allow for Scattergood to be closed permanently and create the opportunity to reclaim some coastal land after the plant closes in 2029. Unfortunately, each of these points of our understanding has not come to full fruition. Now, LADWP plans to repower Scattergood after 2029. In-basin renewables were swapped out for green hydrogen generation at Scattergood, and even the hydrogen plans are not as green as we might have hoped. It seems like LADWP currently intends to utilize a blend of hydrogen combustion and methane, which we don't believe is truly a clean energy future. LADWP also has not provided enough specific information about their hydrogen plans, especially regarding the source of water needed to obtain that hydrogen, which is critical in our permanent state of water conservation needs in California. Most frustratingly, even after years of negotiating with LADWP, we still have not reached an agreement on mitigation payments above and beyond the OTC policy. Given the circumstances and Scattergood's uncertain hydrogen future, we now believe that the previously discussed amount of additional mitigation is not sufficient, and we are continuing to work with LADWP to resolve these issues. In the end, we do still hope to reach an agreement with LADWP on mitigation, and we are continuing to meet with them in good faith on this topic. We will also continue our dialogue with LADWP to better understand the plans for a clean energy future at Scattergood and beyond. We are slowly making progress on both these fronts, but it is a little too slow for our liking. Unfortunately and regrettably, at this time, we still have to oppose this extension for Scattergood for the reasons outlined above, unless the proposed amendment at minimum includes significant increases in required mitigation payments for continued OTC operation. I am glad to hear from Mr. Bishop that the State Board is currently working to redesign the mitigation payments under the policy, and I hope these payments will be significantly increased from previous levels, and that the money will be used for projects in close proximity to Scattergood and other plants. Regardless, until then, we have no choice but to oppose this extension for Scattergood, and at the same time, we sincerely hope that we can move away from that opposing position by the final adoption hearing once we continue our dialogue with LADWP. Thank you very much for your time and consideration today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harris. I really appreciate your comments and engagement around this, and yes, look forward to us articulating that, as Mr. Bishop said, that process as we go through on the mitigation piece. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Joseph Giever, who will be followed by Zach Strasters.
Thank you, board members and staff. My name is Joe Giever, and I'm speaking on behalf of Los Cerritos Wetlands Land Trust. Excuse me. We're dedicated to protecting and restoring the Los Cerritos wetlands, but that mission is compromised by the operation of two large OTC facilities withdrawing cooling water from the wetlands. Thanks for the opportunity to comment on these proposed extensions. We don't think you should approve the extensions without adding some conditions. Back in the day, I was the Surfrider Foundation staff person responsible for our participation in litigation compelling the EPA to develop regulations for cooling water. That work resulted in the Riverkeeper decisions on Clean Water Act Section 316B. So when the OTC policy was being developed, we participated in the environmental community comments. There was concern then that the reliance on mitigation was illegal under the Riverkeeper decisions, the timeline for compliance was too long, and the mitigation fees were too little to accomplish replacement value. And while we were all part of the effort to establish marine protected areas, we didn't agree that the mitigation fees should be dedicated to MPA maintenance, especially where the intakes were in wetlands. But it was a difficult energy transition, and the compliance deadline was temporary, so we withheld potential challenges. Today, we're looking at the Energy Agency's third attempt to set a deadline for compliance, and this board's third effort to fully enforce the Clean Water Act. We understand the complexities of electric generation and transmission and the challenges we face in transitioning to more renewable capacity while maintaining reliability. But the Riverkeeper cases are clear that mitigation is not a legal substitute for best available technology. These extensions can't continue without some sidebars to ensure compliance. The energy agencies setting the compliance deadlines again has turned into a pattern, not an exception to the rule. And the state passing legislation that relies on continued operation of the OTC generators only supports the idea that continuing to rely on OTC plants is planned, not an unforeseeable circumstance. But once again, we're in a difficult spot. So if the OTC policy compliance has to be extended again, we encourage you to include several changes in that amendment. First, the amended deadline must include a new mitigation formula that fully funds mitigation efforts that result in full replacement value for the marine life destroyed in the ongoing operation. Second, in situations where the harm impacts estuarine species, like the AES Alamitos facility, the mitigation fees should be directed to in-kind and in-place wetland restoration. Finally, we think it should be made clear that any further delays would be a clear violation of the Clean Water Act, and punitive action would be necessary. I want to close by being clear that we fully support the state's effort to transition to cleaner and reliable electric future, and we recognize that's not an easy task. But the Clean Water Act Section 316B has to be enforced, and our coastal wetlands have to be restored if we want a comprehensive climate mitigation and adaptation plan. So we have to find a way to harmonize all these goals. We hope these suggested amendments will do just that. So I'm happy to stick around and answer any questions or clarify these comments if you like. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Giever. I really appreciate your longstanding engagement and engagement with this board around this and advocacy. It means a lot. I appreciate it. And no further question now, but I do appreciate the recommendations and, again, just the longstanding engagement before this board around the issue. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Zach Strasters, who will be followed by Furman Olivia.
Hey, good morning. Pastor Zach here with Creed LA. And I'm going to keep it pretty brief this morning, but, you know, the reality is that we all recognize that climate change is something that we need to tend to, and not only with words, but with the actions that we take. However, here in California, as aggressive as we could put a timeline on being able to develop wind and solar and green hydrogen and everything else in order to accomplish that, we do recognize that the grid is not able to bear the weight of removing not only these generating stations, but so many of the other elements that right now we're not so pleased about having necessarily as a whole, but we recognize we need them. And until there is enough manpower and until there is enough infrastructure built to take these visions about a clean, green future and mean that we have a safe network, grid reliability for our families in Southern California in the summertime months, we understand that we're not able to do that. Timelines and extensions and deadlines have to continue to be pushed further out until that infrastructure is built up. And there's no one who would argue against that. The reality is we're not prepared. Do we need to get there? Absolutely. But we need a little bit more time. And it's for those reasons today that Creed LA supports the timeline extension for Huntington Beach, for Alamitos, and the other generating stations. And we certainly appreciate your time and consideration of the issue today. Thanks, and God bless.
Thank you likewise, Mr. Strasters. Appreciate your time and comments this morning. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Furman Oliva, who will be followed by Samuel Neto.
And Mr. Oliva does not appear to be on the Zoom platform.
Then next would be Samuel Neto, and then Paul Moreno.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Samuel Nieto. According to the pro-environmental publication Cal Matters, in an article published late in June of 2022 entitled Electricity Use Would Surge Under California's New Climate Plan, author Nadia Lopez explains that the state's power grid, marred by outages in previous years and increasing extreme weather, needs massive investments to attain the clean energy future outlined in California's 5-year climate roadmap. We have to make sure we use wisdom and foresight in this transition so that we don't rush into a scenario that puts real lives at risk. Climate change is real and it's important, but we need to build the future infrastructure first before we demolish what we are currently dependent on. Approve the timeline extension for the generation stations. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Nieto. Appreciate your time and comments this morning. Next, I'd like to call up Paul Moreno, who will be followed by Desiree Valencia.
Hey, good morning. My name is Paul Moreno. I'm speaking on behalf of Iron Workers Local 433, and we are in favor of the compliance date extension. We recognize that the jobs sustained by the extensions are significant. Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and other generating stations represent many hardworking men and women. Not only do these locations sustain those communities economically, but they also provide essential energy for the area. Please approve the compliance date extension for these projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. Next, I'd like to call up Desiree Valencia, who will be followed by Carlos Valteria.
Good morning. My name is Desiree, and I'm here to speak in favor of the timeline extension for the Alamitos and Huntington Beach generating stations. Most people don't know anything about how California's power grid works. The entire state is connected to a 3-component system of generation, transmission, and distribution. So if you take away generating power to import, what you're saying is that you're willing to face the consequences. And until we are actually ready to face the consequences, meaning that renewables have successfully caught up, overly aggressive timelines can mean grid failure, brown and blackouts, and ultimately death. Please consider our families, approve the extension, and give us time to build a future rather than just talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valencia. Next, I'd like to call up Carlos Valtierra.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Carlos Valtierra. I'm with Anchor Church. Ecclesiastes 7:12 reads, "For wisdom is a defense as money is a defense. But the excellence of knowledge is that wisdom gives life to those who have it." And with regards to the timeline extensions for our current generating stations, we recognize that wisdom is essential in the preservation of human life. We want to transition to renewables for the sake of the climate. I think everyone generally is in agreement there. However, by rushing this process, we risk people dying, and that is a risk we are not willing to take. Please approve the deadline extensions amendment. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. I just want to make sure, was this Mr. Valtierra that just spoke? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Next, we have Omar Galindo.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Omar Galindo, speaking on behalf of UA Plumbers Local 78. We are in support of the draft amendments to the water quality control policy on the use of coastal and estuarine waters for power plant cooling. California needs to be able to draw on reliable sources of energy to meet its needs. Now is not the right time, with summer around the corner, to limit our energy resources. Please approve the draft amendment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Scott Wetch. Good morning. You need to unmute, sir. If you could unmute.
So, Mr. Wetch, next to the microphone icon that you see in the lower left corner of Zoom, there should be a little up arrow, a caret. It seems like you may have a different audio source that's being used. So sometimes it'll be a microphone or a webcam where you can use as your audio source. You want to try that again? So next to the microphone, a little up arrow, and when you click that up arrow, you should be given some options for a different microphone to use.
Maybe we'll come back to Mr. Wetch.
Yeah, and Mr. Wetch, one thing you may want to try again, and we'll go to the next speaker. But again, next to the microphone, there's a little up arrow. Or alternatively, what you received from the clerk included a phone number you could call in to, and we could take you via phone line if you'd like.
Would we like to move on to Mr. Newton for a moment? Oh. Let's move on to Mr. Newton, and we'll come back to Mr. Wetch. And I appreciate, I know, technical difficulties sometimes. Mr. Newton.
Morning, Chair and Vice Chair and other board members. My name is John Newton. I'm a Principal Regulatory Manager at the East Bay Community Energy Authority. We're a local public agency, community choice aggregation, and load-serving entity, serving approximately 1.7 million customers in Alameda County and San Joaquin. EBCE exists to provide our current and prospective customers with reliable, clean energy at competitively affordable rates. Like many other CCAs, EBCE is driving the transition to ever cleaner energy in California and across the West. EBCE supports the overarching goal of the existing OTC policy, which is to ensure a timely managed retirement of all OTC resources. Today, you are considering an amendment to the OTC policy that would extend the continued operation of several OTC resources, because analysis such as from the SACWIS indicates that these resources are still needed for the state's reliability needs. If these resources are needed for reliability, then let them be available as reliability resources. As EBCE and LSEs work aggressively to bring new, reliable, clean energy resources online, energy demand is growing and reliability needs are tightening. And we're also still suffering through the effects of a nearly unprecedented pandemic and supply chain issues, putting more pressure on the state to use efficiently those resources that are online. And while we are making incredible progress, as acknowledged by the California Public Utilities Commission staff report, I think released mid-February, based on long-term resource planning progress, LSCs across the state are bringing on and are making very good progress towards sort of near as well as mid-term long-term resource additions. And in fact, CCAs are punching above their weight, bringing on more than their fair share, well, not their fair share, but plenty of clean new resources. We're still facing challenges. The draft amendment to the OTC policy would make continued operation of several of the OTC resources contingent on their inclusion in the newly created, as of last year, Strategic Reliability Reserve. Of course, we support the state's reliability as LSCs, and we recognize that the state has a shared interest in maintaining the reliability of the electric grid. These resources, if they were part of the Strategic Reliability Reserve, would no longer be eligible to support the California Public Utilities Commission's Resource Adequacy Program as the current framework exists as we understand it. Assuming these resources are not needed for the RA program for the PUC, they would still be needed for the state's reliability needs according to the SACWIST report. We appreciate that that was the conclusion from several weeks and months ago. We are a member of a trade association called the California Community Choice Association, and as part of our participation in this PUC's RA and IRP proceedings and in partnership with our trade association, we have engaged with a reliability analysis that indicates that the state may be facing a capacity shortfall in the near term, and the Community Choice Association, CalCCA, has shared the results of this analysis in the CPUC's RA program and is continuing to share it with other stakeholders and agencies. And we're trying to evaluate if that view is shared by other organizations in the near term. And again, it's based on the more up-to-date, we think, perspective of the timelines for new resources coming online relative to the energy demands. As a colleague likes to say, if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, don't let anyone fool you, it probably is a duck. These resources, if they're serving a reliability need, are probably reliability resources, which is the conclusion. We would hope that you adopt as part of this OTC extension policy. The Strategic Reliability Reserve contingency would narrow the total capacity that LSCs have available to meet RA needs, driving up customer costs and risking grid reliability at a time of extreme resource scarcity. This is an unfortunate consequence of imposing the contingency, we believe, on this OTC policy extension. If these OTC resources, again, are to be extended, EBC urges this board to adopt the OTC policy amendment without the Strategic Reliability Reserve participation contingency. We appreciate your time and also your service, as well as members of staff and clerk. If you have any questions, we're happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Newton. Appreciate those comments and the engagement this morning and being here in person. Thank you. Next, we can try to go back to Mr. Scott Wetch if he's on the platform. No, okay. Then let's go to Dwight Scott.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning.
My name is Dwight Scott, and I'm speaking on behalf of SMART Local 105 sheet metal workers. And we support the draft amendment. These generating stations are part of our energy network. In addition to providing many good middle-class jobs for Southern California, their operation ensures that we will not be caught unprepared for the peak energy needs. Please approve the extension of the compliance schedule. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scott. Appreciate your comments. I don't believe Gus Torres is on the platform, and so I think we have left two in-person commenters. I'd like to call up Martin Marufo, and will be followed by Sean Bothwell. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. How are you? I hope everything's going all right for you all.
Quite well, thank you.
Tough decisions have to be made. Thank you for taking the time to hear us all out. My name is Martin Marufo. I'm a Senior Assistant Business Manager for IBEW Local 18. We represent the workers in water and power for Los Angeles. We also represent Burbank, Pasadena, Azusa, and Glendale. Myself, I'm a lifetime resident of Los Angeles. I've been there for my whole life. My family's there. Most of my brothers and sisters, the 8 of us, have stayed there. Graduated from high school, Banning High School. With a high school education, went into a union. Started working with the International Brotherhood of Painters and Allied Trades. I was there for quite a few years, and in that time, worked in the refineries, the chemical plants that were in Wilmington, Carson, Hawthorne, other areas around the South Bay, the South area. So I had plenty of experience there. I went to work for Local 246 with Local 246 of the utility workers at Southern California Edison. So I worked at the coastal plants. I worked at Ormond Beach, Mandalay, all scattergood. I worked at Alamitos and Huntington Beach, all the way down to Mojave when they had that in place. So I have, in my work time, I've seen everything that you're talking about. I've worked closely with a lot of folks that are greatly impacted by this. So one of the things about this whole thing is you can't see this in parts. You guys are looking at the water quality, and quite honestly, one of our previous speakers made some comments about delays. And the delays we've seen have come from City Council. City Council has delayed this because they're listening to the environmental groups that are professing the need to stop having gas-fired generation. So these are not delays that are by design for some nefarious reason. We're all trying to make this the right thing. But this push from the outside to do what's right is going to affect the residents, the ratepayers of Los Angeles, of which I am one. I've been there forever, and I don't intend to leave. The LA 100 was a great study, and it came out that we needed to keep some gas-fired generation until we could get to hydrogen, and God help us, we need some new technology, something that'll help us move on. But these jobs are good living wage jobs. I've supported my family throughout my life with this. And if you want to talk about environmental justice, I live in Wilmington. So I'm surrounded, right? Surrounded by refineries and warehouses and, generating station or two around there, Long Beach and also in Wilmington. And quite honestly, the environmental movement in trying to do the right thing has stymied a lot of our attempts to help, to make things better. Not through trying to make things worse. They're trying to do what they know is right. Scattergood is about maintaining base load. It's not just something that we're going to use for reliability, because we need that generation to power everything else, to make sure that everything transmits. We just don't have the infrastructure to move outside of that. And most people have said that. And this push for trying to get more money out of LADWP to try to get this, to try to encourage them not to create this environment, dude, they're doing it because they're listening to the people. They're listening to those that want to make things better. And it's all going to have an adverse effect on the ratepayer, ultimately. I pay my utility bills like everybody else, and I see around me some of the other utilities that are jacking up their rates. We're a municipal utility, and we're kind of confined to what they can charge. So they can't jack up their rates just to try to improve the infrastructure. They have to go politically through this whole move. So I struggle to see how there's a great benefit in not approving this. It's so important, not just to the environment, but to real people that depend on this energy. So I'm encouraging to approve this. Please approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rufo. I appreciate your in-person participation today, Marufo, and importantly, the sharing of your experiences. lived experiences amongst it all. So thank you. I really appreciate that. Bothwell.
Morning, Chair Esquivel, board members. My name is Sean Bothwell. I'm the Executive Director for California Coastkeeper Alliance. I have to say it's a little frustrating being here today, given and just the situation that the State Water Board is in here today. My very first project when I started at California Coastkeeper 12 years ago was drafting comments opposing LADWP's extensions, which at that time seemed absurdly long. And yet here we are today considering additional extensions for LADWP and other folks. 13 years after the adoption of the one-suit cooling policy, we are here essentially making the decision to allow OTC operators to ignore 316B of the Clean Water Act until it's time to shut down, to just continue to kick the can down the road with compliance schedules and just ignore the need for BTA. My frustrations today aren't with the State Water Board, but at the other powers that have forced this situation and this difficult decision before you today. That said, the State Water Board still has a duty under the Clean Water Act to ensure that we're minimizing environmental impacts from one-suit cooling operations by requiring best technology available. I want to start with what this policy has become. It's became restoration in lieu of best technology available. When the one-suit cooling policy was adopted in 2010, as Mr. Giever mentioned earlier, the NGOs weren't thrilled with the interim mitigation. But quite frankly, we looked the other direction because we thought the policy overall was a very strong one, and the need to stagger compliance for grid reliability was a real need. And so we kind of looked the other way to the interim mitigation. But Section 316B states that the location, design, construction, and capacity of cooling water intake structures reflect the best technology available for minimizing adverse environmental impacts. Nowhere in there does it mention mitigation as a means of compliance, nor does it give the option to allow operators to just wait them out until they decide they're going to shut down. In fact, there's long-standing case law that says one-suit cooling operators cannot just pay restoration in lieu of implementing BTA. The federal appellate court in the Riverkeeper decisions made it clear that compliance via restoration measures is plainly inconsistent with the statute text and Congress's intent in passing the Clean Water Act, and further held that the EPA exceeded its authority by allowing compliance with 316B through restoration measures. Well, that's unfortunately where we're at here today with this one-suit cooling policy. It's a pay-to-pollute scheme in lieu of BTA. By continuing to extend compliance schedule over and over again, with the operators having zero intent of installing BTA, the policy's interim mitigation has now turned into in lieu restoration. I want to also focus on the Diablo Canyon for a second. One, because of its significant impacts, and two, because I spent way too long in that nuclear review committee to just let this issue kind of be brushed under the rug. From 2011 to 2014, the Nuclear Review Committee, along with one very lonely public participant, went through the scrutinizing process of analyzing the feasibility for Diablo Canyon. After that committee wrapped up its report, this State Water Board held a workshop. And I'll never forget that workshop because I had to give open public comment early in the morning at like 9 o'clock, and this workshop went to like 9:30 at night. And during one of the breaks, me and Felicia Marcus actually witnessed a fight break out between a couple of nuclear physicists over who had published more papers, which we got a crack out of. But that was it. That's all that came out of that workshop, was a nerdy scuffle over published papers. Because afterwards, Diablo Canyon agreed to terminate its operations, and it was fairly near the same compliance schedule that was in the existing one-suit cooling policy. But as we stand here today, there is no BTA pathway for Diablo Canyon. They have no way to comply with the policy other than to continue to operate and pay their interim mitigation until they decide to shut down. Now, so I would differentiate actually Diablo from the rest of the one-suit cooling power plants, because at least the other one-suit cooling power plants know their pathway to compliance. They either need to shut down or they need to build cooling towers. Diablo Canyon doesn't have that option right now because no final decision had been made as to BTA for the nuclear facilities. So I don't think Diablo's extension is an extension. What is an extension of? Because they don't know BTA. This is an exemption from the Clean Water Act, Section 316B. So I'll admit I've been struggling with solutions to provide on how we get out of this sticky situation. It's a tough situation. But really my goal here and the suggestions I'm about to propose is so we don't get here again, that we can finally phase out these one-through cooling plants and achieve what we expected to do back in 2010. So first, I would recommend removing the ability to extend compliance schedules past these final compliance schedule options. Remove the SACWIS, get rid of the provisions that extend the grid reliability. That's it. You know, the energy agencies have had their time and opportunity for grid reliability, but you guys have the responsibility to comply with 316B, or to have folks comply with 316B. The State Water Board has been abundantly flexible and accommodating in the name of grid reliability, despite the board's federal mandate to require BTA. Make it clear to all parties that this is it. These are the final compliance schedules, and just let it be from there. Second, I would recommend finishing the BTA analysis for Diablo Canyon. Honestly, we probably should not have stopped doing that analysis back in 2014. We're all busy. We thought there was a solution in sight, and so we kind of just gave up on that process by the nuclear review. But by not setting BTA, we're going to find ourselves here again in 5 more years when we're put in this corner again, and there's no even advance by Diablo to implement BTA. And then lastly, I would recommend the State Water Board start treating this situation as a quasi-enforcement action, similar to a time schedule order, but with penalties. Start charging permittees for non-compliance, because that's what this has became. It's became non-compliance, and we just continue to kick the compliance schedule down the road. Don't call it interim mitigation anymore, because as I mentioned earlier, I see that now as in lieu restoration, but rather treat it more as an enforcement penalty for non-compliance. I'm happy to answer any questions, but thank you for your time to consider my thoughts.
Thank you for your ears, Mr. Bothwell. I really appreciate the comments and input. Today, thankfully, is a workshop, so we really are. I am trying to be best in listening mode amongst this all, so I appreciate everyone's just honest input for the board to best balance what we know are not an uncomplicated set of circumstances we're all collectively in, and that this policy and work overlaps multiple threads of those. So really appreciate everyone's comments. That was a lot to digest. I have a lot of good notes here.
Chair Esquivel?
Yes.
We do have one individual who raised a hand that was not tied to a speaker card.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
So
didn't mean to try to.
I'm going to give that individual an opportunity to unmute. It could also be Mr. Wetch coming back in, or one of the speakers who was unidentified.
Thank you for that. I appreciate you tracking that for me. And we'll like to go to the person on the phone. You should be invited to unmute here.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Gus Torres. I don't know how come I was on.
Oh, Mr. Torres, yes. Okay, good to see you. Or good. Your name was up earlier. I think we just didn't associate your number with the name. So by all means, good morning.
Yeah, good morning again. My name is Gus Torres. I'm speaking on behalf of UA Local 250 pipe fitters, welders, and apprentices. We are in support of the extension of compliance dates for the Alamitos and Huntington Beach generating stations, as well as others. Now more than ever, we must maintain and strengthen California's energy independence. These generating stations generate good jobs and keep our state responsive to our power needs. And it is an asset to the state. The extensions will keep our state's power grid ready to meet demands. Please approve the compliance date extension. And God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Torres. I really appreciate that. And I should just actually say, if there's anyone else in the room and or on the platform, if you're on the Zoom platform, please do just raise your hand if we didn't get to you or somehow skipped, and anyone else in the room that was anticipating or wanting to speak. If not, I think that wraps up our comment, and do thank everyone. I don't think I have direct follow-up now. I'm going to be interested in the mitigation fee discussion. I appreciate the point that ultimately it all comes out of ratepayer dollars, and so it's a balance on how we view that. But I think again, I am interested in understanding how we best balance that a bit more, perhaps. Other than that, I don't have any direct questions, but I'm looking to my colleagues for comments, questions, anything to help further fill out the workshop if need be. Board Member Firestone.
Great. Agreed. I think, I think we all agree and appreciate staff's work in looking at updating our mitigation formula and linking it more to local impacts. And the frustration in terms of the situation we're in and having to do this yet again. It really does resonate with me that this cannot be just a continued, never-ending compliance extensions. So I do really look to figure out how we can have this be, a clear deadline that is that after which there's non-compliance. So I look forward to hearing more after this workshop and from staff and folks in terms of how we can make sure that we're achieving that.
Thank you, Board Member. Vice Chair.
I just want to thank everyone for participation. The discussion was really useful. I took a lot of notes. I look forward to the mitigation review of the formula and different options. One question I do have for OCC is this issue of brought up by Mr. Bothwell on Diablo extension versus exemption. And so I would like to better understand our legal authorities in that context. So if you all have a comment today, great. If not, I'll just, wait for a more thorough analysis of that as part of our next round of briefings.
Yeah, I'll just say briefly, the way that it is constructed and anticipated at this point in time is that ultimately Diablo continues to be subject to the policy requirements. And, as Mr. Bothwell pointed out, ultimately the efforts of the commission or the Nuclear Review Committee never were completed because of the planned cessation of activities at Diablo. The structure of the policy is still around that, and the legislative action as presently incorporated through the change with non-regulatory effect of the policy is just a change to the compliance period, if you will, and doesn't change the ultimate endpoint, which is that if Diablo were to continue operating beyond that compliance period, that it would have to comply fully with the once through cooling policies BTA requirements.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Looking to other board members. Board Member Aguirre.
Just to follow up on that, it's unclear or undetermined what those BTA requirements would be for Diablo Canyon, under a scenario where it were to continue.
That's correct.
To operate.
But the whole structure of the policy is that there is ultimately a compliance obligation if the plant were to continue operating beyond a compliance period. So the current actions don't do violence to that. There's obviously comments that you've heard today and that the staff are going to have to consider with respect to, what are the practical effects of that recommendation.
So I just want to remind the board that when the policy was written, Diablo Canyon PG&E was looking to a 20-year license renewal. And so it was very important to try and figure out what that BTA would be. We're looking at a 5-year extension, and so it's there's a question on how much do we want to require for a short-term extension.
Appreciate that. Yeah, by all means, board member.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that certainly that's relevant. Will be also just because I wasn't, I do recall some of the history, but it wasn't on the board back at that time when that original decision was made. So it is an area that I'll like to have a little bit more discussion and thought as to, what we currently know now and the current circumstances surrounding Diablo Canyon. So appreciate that. I do also just thank everyone for those who came here today, those who participated virtually. Always, whatever format is appreciated just to hear your voice and concerns and or support about the extension. This is absolutely a hearing today. And I just wanted to echo some of the other board member comments that we've also heard about interest in the interim mitigation fee updates. And I do have a little bit of concern about the sequencing and the timeline. I recognize that it's a resolution and it's a separate decision point for the board, but it is not separate from this process completely because it relates to the same facilities and the same policy. So I would be interested in trying to align or at least get some clarity about what's envisioned for the mitigation fee updates. And so, moving into this vote, whether it happens before or after, it would be really good to have ensure that we have additional information about that change before this vote comes to the board.
Yes, we will work together on a figuring out timing to ensure. If I understand what you're saying, it would be helpful in your decision making to know what the change in the formula is prior to the adoption. And so that means, in my mind, sequencing that resolution at least the same day or before the OTC. And so we will work on that.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, Ms. Fitzgerald, I don't know if you have more.
Yeah, hi, good morning, board members. I'm Rebecca Fitzgerald of your staff. I just want to absolutely just say we will take a look at the schedule. And I want to say that while recognizing that we have some studies happening right now to look at what current restoration costing is. And there's, a contract that's associated with getting that study complete. So there's some timelines there that I just want to kind of relook at, and also with the timelines of this amendment, and then bring it back to you with a better sense of what we might be able to do.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. Also just want to thank everyone for attending in person and for virtually, and really do appreciate the discussion here today. Especially appreciate the additional discussion regarding the interim mitigation fee and staff's responses. Really do want to continue to follow that and make sure that we are continue to. I know staff are working on it. We want to make sure that we continue to move that along and make sure that we are as much as possible aligning the two. So again, thank you for everyone attending and following this and the comments that have been made today.
Thank you, board member and board members. Yes, as you can hear, we're all being very contemplative around this and do appreciate everyone's feedback today. I think that wraps up our comments, and then this workshop. There'll be more, and I appreciate then everyone's attention. We will not move to our next item until about 1 o'clock, so we have a bit of a long break for everyone to enjoy around their lunch. We will reconvene here at 1 o'clock and move on to item number 3, which is our informational item on update on the Clear Lake Hitch emergency. Really looking forward to that discussion as well. So thanks, everyone. Have a good lunch. We'll be back at 1 p.m. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the patience. As we are now starting around 1:20-ish, I'm just going to look over to my clerk just to make sure she feels we're ready to begin. Oh, it's okay. Do you think we're ready to start? Okay. All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a nice long lunch here, and an honor to be able to now move on to item number 3, which will be an informational update on the Clear Lake Hitch emergency. I want to thank everyone. I know we have a number of state agencies here. Well, we have tribal representatives, and importantly as well, we have Secretary Crowfoot. And the opportunity to host this informational item, it is not lost on me, again, how I think just hearing previously from the tribe at the start of the year, but also here having a nice opportunity to meet before this item, that there's a long history here. And it reminds me of so many of the legacies we've all inherited in our various watersheds where we haven't gotten our balance right. We're seeing continued impacts from activities, but then also climate change. And I think a real opportunity before this board to bring voices together to understand our opportunity to address the challenges before us and in a way that it can hopefully move past what are a lot of these, again, longstanding inequities and legacies in our watersheds. So with that, I want to look over to Mr. Eric Ekdahl, who I think will officially kick off this item with us. And I think there even Mr. Montes will kick things off for us as well. Mr. Ekdahl.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Eric Ekdahl, Deputy Director for Division of Water Rights, and today we'll be providing, I think, a relatively lengthy overview on the Clear Lake Hitch emergency. We'll have a number of speakers and a number of panelists, representatives from agencies, tribes, and the division itself. So we go to the next slide. Real quickly, this is an overview of kind of the speaker list. We'll turn it over to Ron Montez Sr., Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, followed by Secretary Wade Crowfoot from the California Natural Resources Agency, a presentation from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Department of Food and Agriculture, and then some agricultural representatives from the Lake County area itself, Lake County Farm Bureau, some presentations from the Robertson Rancheria Band of Pomo Indians, followed by Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, and then finally a short recap by division staff itself. And so in the interest of time and turning it over to the actual meat of the presentation, I'd like to introduce Ron Montez Sr., who is available to speak.
Green light is on, all right. Good morning, Chair and the board. Appreciate this opportunity to come and speak to you face to face. I know that this has been it's almost like a historical type of project that it has brought many agencies together, rolling up their sleeves and joining each other and tackling a real important issue to our tribal people, myself included. I am a Big Valley Band of Pomo Indian tribal elder and also the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for our tribe. I am responsible for our culture and our ceremonies, our histories, our language, and everything that those hats require for me to do for my people. Unfortunately, through the different viruses that have affected our nation, many of our senior people are gone, and it has come down to many of us who were not even ready yet to take that step in that elder's position to lead and be that voice that will bring forth the next generations. So I'm here today just to, first of all, to congratulate all of you for hearing us. We've been talking and speaking for many years And we always felt that we did not have a voice or a representative, and there was no one there that we could rely on to help. And it was just a continual process of knocking on doors and trying to get help, because the situation that had developed was dire enough that we may lose our source of food that has been there for thousands of years for our people. And we're very thankful that you heard, and I'm here today to thank you again. And my question for you today is, this is only the beginning place. So I'm wanting to know, what plans do you have from this point forward to make sure that this effort that we're putting together is successful for our Hitch and also for other watersheds and water bodies that affect Native people? People are looking at us as we are in relationship with you and the different agencies, and there's hope out there. And if we can be successful in this, I know it'll be a great experience for all tribal people. So again, my question is, how do we go forward? What commitments can be made for the long haul, and not just this year and next, but because that's important to us. We have your attention, but we want to know that commitment. And so that's my question today, and that's all that I have to say for this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montes, and look forward to articulating that commitment here. You're all amongst us here today, so thank you.
Next up, we'd like to bring up Wade Crowfoot, Secretary for the California Natural Resources Agency.
Honored to see you here.
Hey, it is wonderful to be here and see you on a very tough subject, and I want to thank Mr. Montes and the leadership and guidance of all the tribal elders and leaders here today. I think in all that we're doing to address this crisis, we're obviously guided and led by tribal leaders. I do want to take an opportunity to thank you, because Chair Esquivel and I get to spend a lot of quality time together coordinating our water policy across the administration, and sometimes I forget that when those meetings end, your public hearings begin. And you spend a lot of time setting policy for the state and doing so in a way that's accessible and transparent and interactive. So appreciate all that you do. I'm here simply to convey the priority and the urgency of our partnerships to protect this species of fish. When I say partnerships, I talk about partnerships between our agency and, of course, the California Environmental Protection Agency and the Water Board, but more broadly, the partnerships with tribal governments and communities, with agricultural producers and water users, with community leaders, because we are in a perilous moment. We have done so much across our state to bring balance to water policy, to ensure that our communities have the water that they need, our economy has the water it needs, that our environment and all the life forms that depend on it have the water they need, and of course we have water to continue to support tribal cultural practices and ways of life. The challenge here is we have a species that is in precipitous decline, and decisions that we collectively make, not in the matter of years or even months, but weeks, may determine whether this species stays on the planet, quite frankly. And so I am greatly appreciative of the work that has taken place to date, all of the conversations that have taken place to date. And what I've asked our team across our agency to do is to build on those conversations and really move into action taking. Because as Mr. Montes points out, the question now being asked is, what are we willing to do? What do we need to do? Both, again, state agencies, but also local and community leaders. We obviously know that this next few months is critically important to stabilize the species, allow it to spawn and continue. And we have significant work ahead of us to continue to recover the species if we can get through this season. little bit of the context of our agency's involvement in Clear Lake, we coordinate what's called the Clear Lake Blue Ribbon Committee, which was called for in state law in 2017 by Assemblymember Aguiar Curry. And that has been a really promising effort led by tribal governments, local governments, community leaders, involving state agencies to put together well over $11 million of funding for 14 specific projects to improve conditions at Clear Lake. And we are making progress, and we're focused on continuing that progress. And we have to address the challenge that we have right now with what we know as the Clear Lake hitch. So I'll say you have, our commitment across our agency to partner with you at the Water Board, and those behind me who will speak today. You have our commitment to do whatever we can do to stabilize conditions here in coming weeks and months, and ultimately move towards a healthy environment for both people and the fish and wildlife that depend on the stream. I will say there are points of optimism, and there are good models to build on. Chair Esquivel, and I think some of you were involved during the last drought in the Russian River, when water users came together and took voluntary actions to stabilize stream flow for the benefit of water quality, but also the environment. And that was a wonderful example where local leaders actually stepped up. From my point of view, I'm hopeful of similar leadership now. You all have certain legal authorities and regulatory authorities. It's my hope that actually we can move faster than those regulatory authorities by folks that you'll talk to today stepping up and figuring out how to keep water in the streams to allow for that spawning. And we want to be a constructive part of those solutions. So thanks for the opportunity to share these thoughts. And once again, thanks for your consideration of all that's discussed today.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. If we can get the PowerPoint back up, we have an overview of the hitch, kind of life cycle, history, and kind of current conditions by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I'd like to turn it over to Felipe.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Felipe Laluz. I'm a senior environmental scientist with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I've been coordinating the department's hitch-related efforts since this August, when tribal elders, including Elder Montez here, tribal leadership, and scientific staff, really brought to the forefront and reminded us of the urgency of the situation. I want to thank the board for having this agenda item, and thank everyone here in attendance, especially those from the ag community who are coming to the table, and I hope we can build our relationships and move forward from here. Next slide, please. Clear Lake hitch is a subspecies of the Sacramento hitch, Lavinia exelicata chai. It was listed as threatened under the California Endangered Species Act in 2014. It's endemic to Clear Lake. This subspecies is found nowhere else and is genetically distinct, and historically supported a subsistence fishery. It occurred in such abundance that the Pomo people around Clear Lake were able to survive and thrive off of this important resource. And to say it is culturally important is an understatement. It's really not my place to speak to that, but I do want to acknowledge that I'm hearing, and the department is hearing, how important this subspecies is. Next slide, please. It's a moderate-sized minnow, can reach lengths of up to 14 inches with a 6-year lifespan, and females can reproduce after their second or third year, giving them approximately 3 or 4 years to contribute to the population. Juveniles rear near shore in tules and in the tributaries, and based on some information from our own department and our scientific partners within the tribes, some of these juveniles can remain in the tributaries for quite some time into summer if water is available. The adults live out and grow in deeper water within the lake, and throughout their life feed on small invertebrates, larval of chironomids and daphnia, fairly low at the trophic level, which makes them vulnerable to competition from other species. Next slide, please. Historically, the spawning run occurred from February through May or June, depending on conditions. They spawn over shallow, clean gravel in the tributaries. And you can see on this picture here on the right just how shallow that habitat can be. Our scientific partners at Robinson Rancheria have also noted that they can utilize wetlands when available. So in extremely wet years, the hitch will actually go up into these floodplains and spawn. And there is documentation of some spawning occurring within the lake, documented by this older report from 1960 based on visual observations, and some more modern techniques published by Fred Farrer of the USGS. This in-lake spawning is not, we do not believe it's enough to support the population, and can be limited due to egg predation by common carp, as well as desiccation, if the water level drops too rapidly. Next slide, please. I'm going to briefly touch on the population trends. As part of the listing process, the department prepares a status review. And in May 14, we presented this report to the Fish and Game Commission, drawing on multiple lines of evidence, and came to the conclusion that Clear Lake hitch were common and likely the most abundant fish in Clear Lake through the 19th and early 20th centuries, with runs consisting of tens of thousands of Clear Lake hitch, in addition to the now extinct Clear Lake split tail. Next slide, please. And I'm going to contrast that visual of those massive spawning runs with some data that we've collected. This plot was provided by Fred Farrer of the U.S. Geological Survey, one of our partner agencies. It's a length frequency plot of the 5 years that they've conducted the survey, with no sampling occurring in 2020. Looking at the top in 2017, just for those who are less familiar with these plots, the height of the bar corresponds with the number of fish, and the position of the bar corresponds with the size of the fish. So towards the left are smaller fish, towards the right are larger fish, with that dashed line representing the transition between juvenile and adult. And here we see in 2017, we have a strong cohort. These are juveniles that were likely spawned in 2016. We see a nice big peak, and then moving to the right, less. And typically what we would like to see is a peak for each year, as fish get older and senesce or succumb to predation or other sources of mortality, those peaks would decline. Moving on to 2018, the next panel down, we see that peak, that strong cohort signal move to the right. Those fish have grown, they're maturing, but we're not seeing another cohort behind them to replace them. And this pattern continues into 2019, when only 3 juveniles were collected. Again, no sampling in 2020. In 2021, no juveniles were collected. And then in 2022, only 6 individuals, 4 adults and 2 juveniles were collected. So this not only shows a rapid decline in the population, it also kind of hints at the mechanism behind it, which is that juveniles are not recruiting to the population. And the analogy that I've heard thrown around is that this is the equivalent of very few or no children being born for several generations. And this data is publicly available online through the USGS. Next slide, please. Looking at some data that the department has collected, around the time of the listing, we started a visual survey where we visit 21 fixed sites across 7 streams in the Big Valley Basin. And in 2020, just to get a better idea of why we are not seeing fish, our field crews began reporting when an observation site was dry. So this is just, simply walking up to a bridge, observing if there's water in the creek, and if there is water, counting hitch that are present. And this survey runs from March usually through May. The numbers are just rough counts. A little nuance here. There are lower counts in the extremely wet years of 2017 and 2019. This potentially could be a dilution effect in that there's more habitat available, and also could be an artifact of our counts in that when these streams are running really fast and high and turbid, it's difficult to actually see the fish in there. But looking at the 2 most recent years, we do see a pretty marked decline, with only 120 fish observed in 2021 and 360 in 2022. Also in 2020, about 1,672 fish were all observed in one school at one location during one site visit. Next slide, please. This is that same data, just looking at it a different way. This is the number of tributaries in which hitch were observed. And again, in 2017 and 2019, they were observed in 5 of the 7 tributaries that we monitor. Looking at the more recent drought, 2020, 2021, they were only observed in a single tributary. And then in 2022, they were observed in 2. Next slide, please. This is just a quick synthesis of the observed wet sites. So of the 21 sites, this is just the percentage in which there was water. And I'll direct you to year 2020 with the blue triangles. At the beginning of the survey in mid-March, 100%, all of those 21 sites were wet. And then in early April, from early April to mid to late April, over about 2 weeks, the number of wet sites dropped to 50%. So those are completely dry. In 2021, we see a similar pattern starting earlier in the year, where when we began the survey, about 70% of the sites were wet, and that number dropped down to 20% by early April. Again, thinking of that length of that spawning window, under ideal conditions, it would go through May or June. And then in 2022, the proportion didn't change much. It was a dry year, but the flows remained relatively constant in this, well, not the flows, but the percentage of sites that had water that could sustain hitch remained relatively constant, and we did have a late season storm that allowed that proportion to creep up a little bit at the end of April. Next slide, please. And this is what that looks like. These pictures are provided by a biologist, Luis Santana from Robinson Rancheria. And here we see on the left, fish rescue conducted on May 4th. These people are standing in hip to waist deep water. And then less than 2 weeks later is the picture on the right. This is the same location and it is completely dry. Just this, speaking to how fast these tributaries can dry up. Next slide, please. And this is a more dramatic picture of that. So this picture was taken in 2014. Again, another dry year. Just before this picture was taken, our field biologist reported that this stream was there was too much flow for them to safely get in there and net fish. And shortly afterward, they returned to the site a few days later and observed this fish killing event. And in the foreground, there are over 100 adult hitch with an unknown amount throughout the rest of that creek. So these strandings and desiccation of events are, pretty immediate, easily observable effects on adults, eggs, and juveniles. But there are also barriers. We estimated in our 2014 status review that 92% of historically available habitat is blocked by physical barriers, including infrastructure, non-native vegetation, and gravel and sediment. And then these barriers can be temporal in nature, in which if there's sufficient flow, fish may be able to pass them. But it speaks to the need for a combination of restoration of these stream beds and maintenance of flow. Next slide, please. And there are numerous other factors affecting Clear Lake hitch. Of course, habitat quantity and quality, non-native species competition and predation. This picture here on the right is a pilot study being led by some of our tribal scientific partners, in which they're examining the effects of common carp, not only on egg predation, but in phosphorus and nutrient mobilization, as well as disturbing tules, which is an important habitat for juveniles. And then, of course, we can't talk about Clear Lake without talking about water quality and contaminants. Big Valley Rancheria is leading some harmful algal bloom and water flow and quality monitoring, and we want to support these scientific projects that the tribes are undertaking, as well as the shoreline monitoring that Habamatulel Pomo of Upper Lake are undergoing. And then, of course, all these stressors, disease and parasites are additive, in which all of these stressors can work in unison to reduce the health of these fish. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, we're witnessing a rapid population decline. We believe the mechanism is associated with near complete juvenile recruitment failure in recent years. However, this is part of a prolonged decline, which we do not have the data to really hone in on. And just to kind of drive home the message is that no single entity has the power or authority to solve these issues. And we've been coordinating with other agencies, with the tribes. I really want to thank the State Water Resources Control Board staff for all of their outreach efforts and data and coordination efforts, and bringing a lot of us all together. And we're going to continue working with the tribes and other agencies on watershed reconnaissance, identifying barriers, conducting outreach, and promoting tribal research, restoration, fish rescues, and continued monitoring. And I believe my thank you slide is next, and that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Really appreciate your presence here, Mr. LaLuz, and continued, like you said, no one agency, and here all amongst us, local, state, and federal government are going to be able to get it done alone. And so just thank you for that. And what I know has been just a lot of really good conversations quickly around how we use our various authorities, how maybe we don't have a kind of a false dichotomy sense of it, and really just say, what are the outcomes we're trying to aim for, and bring everyone around them and let the science and the information be able to guide us. So I appreciate that. Vice Chair.
Thanks. That was a really good presentation. If we could go back to the slide that focuses on the tributaries with all the dots. Yes. Okay. Could you comment on which tributaries seem to perform better, and are there other factors? Flow would be one, but are there other factors that sort of you might want to highlight, tributary specific?
Yeah, so these are just 5 tributaries in one portion of the Big Valley Basin, so it's only a portion of Clear Lake. Kelsey Creek tends to stay wet longer, and Adobe and Kelsey Creek have been identified as, sort of the main source or where many hits are observed and documented. I would have to defer to the tribes, on some more information. For example, Middle Creek and Scotts Creek up on the north of Clear Lake, they have their own observations up there, and the tribes do conduct a separate observation program to document which tributaries contribute more.
And then how about on the issue of barriers?
Yeah, so there's so many lists. One of the products that our tribal partners in Robinson and Rancheria actually just today were speaking about was developing a list of all the barriers. A few of the major ones, there's a large structure on Kelsey Creek that we're making some progress on removing. This has been a long time coming. Again, there's a restoration project in Middle Creek that has been, slow to come to fruition, but we are working on addressing some of those. And then our enforcement wing has been working with the State Water Resources Control Board enforcement wing to actually prioritize which areas to look at. We've put out a big call. I understand the letter that the board sent out has resulted in some complaints and some reports of other barriers and potential water diversions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other board members with questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. LaLuz.
All right, I believe next we have Christine Birdsong, Undersecretary for the California Department of Food and Agriculture, who should be joining via Zoom, and then we're going to rotate some other speakers out of the dais area while Ms. Birdsong is speaking.
Great, thank you.
And unfortunately, I do not see Ms. Birdsong or another CDFA representative on the Zoom platform.
I know we began a little late here, so I know colleagues can sometimes have tight schedules, so apologize for that. And then we can go on to our next speaker then.
All right. I actually don't remember who our next speaker is. I'd have to go back and look at our list. It looks like it's Luis Santana, fisheries biologist for the Robinson Rancheria, and we can pause for 30 seconds or so to get people situated.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ekdahl.
And at that time, we'll also reach back out to CDFA and see if they will be able to rejoin.
Sorry, could we back up to the Farm Bureau? And actually, there you go. So I think we're going to have Will Weiss go first. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Good
Good
to see you.
afternoon. Glad to be here. Thank you all for having me. So yeah, thank you, members of the board, staff, and others in attendance. Thank you for being here, for your commitment to protecting the Clear Lake Hitch, and for allowing me to speak for a few minutes today. My name is Will Weiss. I'm involved in diversified agriculture in Lake County. And I'm speaking today as a leader of a grower coalition that is working to drive proactive, voluntary actions that will help us better understand the extent to which our farming practices may impact the endangered hitch and ways we might be able to improve our best practices as we move forward. Agricultural stakeholders in my group have committed to, and in many cases already have been, installing instruments that monitor and log well and stream flow activity. And we are working with expert third-party consultants to gather, compile, and analyze this information with input from state board and its staff. Knowing there will be questions about alternatives to water-based frost protection, a growing number of landowners have voiced their interest in participating in a temperature inversion study that our growers are helping to facilitate through the UC Cooperative Extension to determine if and where wind machine frost protection may be a reasonable alternative to overhead sprinklers. There were maps that we had brought that we'd hoped would accompany this this slide. I'm not sure if staff is able to bring those up, but nevertheless, the maps that we've provided to the board and staff show many of the properties included in the efforts that I've just described, though these maps went to press prior to a couple of additional sign-ons. Presently, we have included in our cohort approximately 4,300 acres of farmland, with properties ranging in size from single-digit acreage up to hundreds of acres. It appears that we've got the maps showing the Adobe Creek area up as well right now. So there's the visual reference point. I beg your pardon. So 4,300 acres presently included in the cohort. Our roster now includes almost all of Lake County's largest pear and wine grape growers, and we've heard verbal commitments from some cannabis producers as well. What we're working on here is we're working on developing a pilot program that should reveal and demonstrate the factors within our control as agriculturalists that could be affecting the hitch or its habitat, and to what extent. It will come as little surprise to hear that conversations with Lake County farmers on these topics have not been easy. Discussions of information orders and pumping curtailments pose an existential threat to our jobs, families, and community. However, the growers I've come here representing today are eager to develop and participate in voluntary efforts to better understand and protect the hitch, and it is our hope that by leading in these efforts, we can partner with our neighbors, industry peers, and state regulatory agencies to demonstrate a path forward toward better outcomes for this species of fish. The anticipated outcome of this pilot program would be for some version of the data gathering effort underway to be folded into the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, which the Sacramento Valley Water Quality Coalition already uses to monitor various aspects of farmers' water and land use. We hope that the information we gather throughout the 2023 season will be the first of a data set and study that expands and persists here forward in a perpetual effort to protect and rebuild diminished populations of the Clear Lake hitch. That's everything I have for you, but I'm also, of course, open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. I appreciate, I know the good work that you've done to help really bring together a coalition of folks, bring some leadership to, I know, what are a lot of challenges in here, and I appreciate the creative thinking around how folks might structure the data that we really need. I'll just say, I think it's important to note that here we're dealing with a water rights issue by and large, although water quality is very front of mind for Clear Lake, certainly with harmful algal blooms and the nexus there, and that the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program is one of kind of a quality versus quantity. And so I appreciate and I hear the request and just would flag that there are differences, I think, in some of the way the back end and those systems work and even the regulatory authorities, but open to continue to have discussion. And just thank you for that leadership. I mean, this has been impressive to see the amount of discussion, the quality of those discussions, and the amount of ownership very quickly, and just the leadership is acknowledged, so thank you. Looking to see if there's... Oh.
All right, I'll ask a follow-up question, and just want to echo the thanks and leadership that you and other growers but that have pulled together a coalition of the willing and really, rolling up your sleeves to figure out how we can respond to this crisis. So really, really appreciate that. And really the commitment and breadth of participants. I'm interested, I just want to make sure I understand from the data gathering standpoint, because I think we all really want to be able to tease out what actually is going on. What are the potential tools and options for addressing this? And certainly, what's under the control of growers, what isn't, and what can be done. From the, in terms of integration with data sets, so, the irrigated lands program, as the chair said, is water quality, but I think importantly, it really relies on, the coalition and a third party to pull together all of this individualized data, but then it's anonymized and then provided in, without sort of those details on the water quality side. For this kind of effort, because we're really trying to understand all of those flow dynamics in very site-specific areas, anonymized data isn't really going to meet the needs. And so when you're looking at how to, a sort of an approach of how UC would be most helpful for collecting and building data sets, is the focus on is the thought process related to integrating with the irrigated lands program that you already have this coalition structure where you have relationships in terms of collecting data and pulling that together? Is it wanting it to be anonymized, or is it also just like an efficiency standpoint of you're already submitting reports? And so can you just say more about exactly what is the sort of key aspects of why you think that would make sense?
Sure. Rebecca Harper, seated to my right, will be talking about the ILRP and its function within the Farm Bureau's oversight there. But the short answer to your question is it was sort of imagined or creative thinking, to use one phrase, within structures that already exist. I'm not an expert on these things. I'm as you all are well aware, and so I'm going to defer to some others on how that would be best set up. But I think that it was an initial thought, not a sticking point, so to speak.
I'd love to chime in really quickly if that's acceptable. So to answer your question, I think immediately the idea of using irrigated lands regulatory program is more of ease and to kind of get this data collection going as soon as possible. To the point of anonymization, I think there's a mechanism within irrigated lands where regional board staff are able to flag properties with nutrient loading exceedances and revisit those properties and the owners of those properties to address any water quality issues. And so potentially I see a similar opportunity with water volume use if there are dramatic exceedances or gross mismanagement of natural resources. That could potentially be an opportunity to handle that.
Anything further, board member? Okay, thank you. And thank you both. Vice Chair, please.
Well, I just really want to thank you both for stepping up and want to disclose to everyone that I've met several times with Ms. Harper and Mr. Weiss, and just really appreciate how you are trying to learn as you pull this together, and that you're open to different approaches. And so I just have a couple of questions for you. Number one, on time frame, because as the chair has indicated and previous speakers, we are really in a crisis situation. And our tools, though we may have them, are somewhat limited. And so I'm excited about looking into where there might be opportunities for us to get more than what we might otherwise be able to do from a regulatory perspective. And so I'd like to hear from you on, and I know it's still early, you know, but we have to move quickly. So what are you thinking in terms of how much longer you might need to actually get this program up and running? And also, what are you thinking of in terms of length of the pilot program? And then I know I've requested of you to have lots of conversations with our staff because, and also with the tribes and stakeholders, because what I wouldn't want to have happen is you develop a program and the manner in which you've requested the information doesn't get us the information that we think we need. And so just want to make sure that you've got, you know, all these layers of communication embedded in that process before you actually launch.
Sure, and I'm happy to speak to that. So in terms of time frame, I forget if it was exactly in my comments or not. We essentially began some of the data gathering that I alluded to last year. We've got more, a lot more going in the basically in the next couple of weeks in terms of stream level monitoring, and then we're working on a voluntary reporting effort within the farming community for when frost pumping and frost protection occurs. And so with these details, both sensors that are already installed on wells and some additional ones of those, sensors on streams, and then a hydrological assessment of all of this by an engineering firm. We were, you know, the intent is to be able to draw some conclusions in the coming weeks. I mean, that would seem a feature of this that we must reach in all of what we're talking about. But in terms of the sort of time frame, in terms of the longer end, I think that every conversation I've had with a grower in my cohort has been along the lines of this is the new normal, if I may use that phrase. And so I don't know that there is a sunset in mind with respect to the information that we'd be hoping to voluntarily gather and provide.
That's very encouraging. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Looking to colleagues for a moment. Okay, thank you. Really appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Well, hello, everyone, and good afternoon. I'm Rebecca Harper, Lake County Farm Bureau Executive Director, and just out of the gate, I'd like to express my genuine gratitude for the opportunity to join you today as we discuss the future of the critically important Clear Lake Hitch. I think it's worth acknowledgement that not frequently such a diverse group of community members have the opportunity to work towards collaborative results-based solutions. The work we are doing to protect and restore the Hitch will serve as an example to communities across the state working to resolve similar issues for years to come. Lake County Farm Bureau takes our role in this momentous task extremely seriously. We believe in the importance of outreach to local growers and landowners as we continue our outreach efforts with the goal of reaching as many growers as possible. We will encourage and promote ongoing data collection efforts among those growers. Throughout the data collection process, it's our intent to work closely with state board staff to identify data gaps and determine appropriate data collection points so that that data is as useful as possible. Based on our successful outreach thus far, demonstrated in the maps provided, we are confident in our ability to engage a significant coalition of growers with a true and immediate desire to positively impact the longevity and success of the Clear Lake Hitch in our tributaries. As Lake County Farm Bureau continues to meet with and partner with state and federal agencies, some immediate actions have already been identified. These actions include an effort to develop and manage expedited and organized barrier removal programs, allowing landowners to reasonably attain all necessary permitting in a timely manner while matching potential barrier removal projects with grant funding. Additionally, Lake County Farm Bureau will perform a cost analysis to determine the funding required to sustain a long-term voluntary program. Once determined, the Lake County Farm Bureau will work with partner agencies to identify and pursue potential funding sources to make this sustainable. While we recognize these actions are not exhaustive, it is our goal to build upon these immediate actions as more data becomes available. We firmly believe that this is the best path towards protecting the livelihoods and ability to live plentiful lives in Lake County for all community members.
Thank you so much, Ms. Harper. I really appreciate that. And just let's hold questions for Ms. Harper because we do have Christy Birdsong joining us now, so want to be able to give. And thank you, Undersecretary. Apologies, I know we began a little late, and so thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it.
And Ms. Birdsong, you should be invited to unmute, which I believe is *6 on the phone.
Okay, thank you. Can everybody hear me?
We can. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Okay, good. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much to the board for holding this hearing. I feel like every opportunity that all of the parties here have, all the opportunities, every chance we get to get together and talk about this is constructive and helpful. And I know that last month, the Lake County Board of Supervisors also held a hearing on this topic. And I think it just all goes to show that there's just a strong interest and concern about hitch populations. And there's an interest as well in reaching a solution to restore really not just their numbers, but their habitat and the Clear Lake ecosystem as a whole. Today is another great opportunity to share what's known to date about the hitch, what's been done so far to help them out, what is being done now, and some future actions to help stabilize the population. I am also very mindful of the deep significance of the hitch to the Big Valley Band of Pomo and other tribes in the area for their historical, their cultural, and most profoundly, the spiritual connection that the tribal members share with the hitch. I'm also very mindful that local farmers also care deeply for the hitch and have their own intergenerational memories that they too treasure. I am very, very optimistic and confident that all of the parties that are invested in the success of the hitch, from local government, the tribes, farmers, even recreational users in the area, can all work together to find effective voluntary measures to save this population and their ecosystem. So thank you again, board, for your leadership, and to everyone who's participating in this hearing for your time, sharing your expertise and your experience and your passion for this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Undersecretary. I know you've been out in the community with the Vice Chair, particularly in conversations, and just appreciate this conversation, this space, this opportunity. It is about how everyone can contribute their actions across our working authorities toward these outcomes, and it's exciting to see, and you've been a real leader in it, so thank you for that, Undersecretary. And for Secretary Ross, too. I know even personally she's been abreast and been participating and driving what are, again, a real opportunity for solution sets. So huge thanks. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, and we can, if there were any questions for Ms. Harper, please, Board Member Firestone.
Thank you. Thanks. And this is, again, just thank you. Just repeat the thanks on the leadership. And I think really deep commitment that you and all the growers that you work with are doing every day and especially right now. So, so I wanted to follow up on a couple of things. One of the terms that you used was around voluntary measures, and I just wanted to understand, it sounds like there's amazing work going on around barrier removal, and then also we talked about a data program. Can you just elaborate? I just want to understand, to me, there's different buckets of things. Barrier removal, is really concrete, and it sounds like is a big collaborative effort everyone's focused on, and is one of the key things. Can you, when you're talking about voluntary programs, is that is it data collection? Is it reductions in water use voluntarily for certain times of certain things? Can you just elaborate a little bit more on what specifically you're looking at?
Of course. So with regard to voluntary programs as a term, I think primarily what that entails is voluntary data collection, as well as voluntary reduction in natural resource use where available and feasible. With regard to barrier removal, that's sort of an outside effort outside of this voluntary program pursuit. So if there are specific questions about that, I'd be happy to answer those as well.
Great. Okay. That's really helpful. So there's both this effort to collect data and hire a scientist, a consultant to help understand water use and dynamics, as well as looking at where there's voluntary actions that folks can take to reduce water pumping and diversion.
Yes, of course. And I think Will mentioned it. There is desire to have some inversion studies performed and really see where the institution of wind machines as an alternative may be feasible. So that's also ongoing.
Right. I guess I'll just say, and I think this, I think we all are trying to figure out what's going on, right? I mean, nobody wants to have talk about curtailing water use or impacting agriculture if it's not going to make a difference, and everyone is focused on how we can address this crisis that we're in and we're with Hitch. And I'm wondering if it seems to me that data collection and having specific data on dynamics is really critical for just building that trust and knowledge, and that everything is that we're doing everything that we can. So I guess I just want to flag that I'm not comfortable with anonymized data. So I think as you all are looking at how to develop a voluntary program, which I think all of us would agree, voluntary programs are going to be quicker, faster, and better if they work. But we also need to be able to get the data that we need to understand the issue quickly, so that we can take the actions that we need on the ground and see those results. So, from my standpoint, working with this collaborative effort with agencies and locals, tribes, to identify exactly what's that data and how can we all be looking at that together to have a common understanding of what is going on and what will make a difference is really critical. And the more that there's a feeling of kind of hiding the ball on things and fear around things, I think is going to be, is not going to take us in the right direction and not help us feel like we're able to get to the crux of what the problem is. So I just flag I think voluntary programs are great as long as they're voluntarily getting us what we all need to collectively identify what the challenges are and what would work to address it. So it sounds like maybe this went to the vice chair's question as well, but just in terms of how you're working with our staff and tribes and other agencies on exactly what's collected and how we're looking at that data, as well as other data out there, sort of collaboratively. Can you just say a little bit more on the sort of process and how that's working now, or how you expect that to work going forward?
Yeah, so I'd say, we've had some, or at least I've had some initial conversations with staff, including Jessica and Valerie, about what some of those data points might look like moving forward. And the process so far has been outreaching to growers to make them aware of the situation, data that they can start collecting that may be helpful as we move forward, and then truly honing in on what information we need and the best way to get that. I mentioned also a need for outside funding. As many of you are probably aware of our communities, that's going to be absolutely necessary. So performing that cost analysis and seeing what's needed and how we can get there is really going to be crucial in having this data collected and analyzed in a useful time frame. So.
Yeah, and here I want to be careful because I can't commit resources at the dais as much as I'd like to sometimes, but I will flag that what I know we have is our Upward project, which is a $60 million here, some odd water rights data system update that is being resourced on that back end around that. And I know there's some telemetry dollars that came in last year's budget that we're trying to figure out. We're working with the Water Data Consortium, I believe, on some of that to kind of select a place. So I think there are, to your point, I more than recognize and know that, Lake County, the community there, it's going to need outside investment here to really help lift this conversation and get what we need. And would just flag that I think there are some projects that are already moving internally for us on data system side and state dollars that maybe can kind of go in there and help support. And I appreciate, I know that, for me, it's about the outcomes. Let's try to focus on that. But I think it is, when we think of the long term, that sort of openness and transparency around use and place, I think is, really the norm we see across the state and want to try to preserve, is why you hear, I think, some apprehension around it. So, but it's important that, I'll just flag that there's other projects and ways maybe that as we continue to talk, we can see as beneficial and maybe some dollars and resources actually being behind some of it too. Thank you, board member, and for you both for, again, I know it's not easy work right now, it's moving fast, but the amount of goodwill around this and a goodwill so is good to have. So thank you guys. Mr. Ector.
I believe next we have Luis Santana, and I'll turn it over to him.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me and allowing me to present. I'm a fisheries biologist for Robinson Rancheria, Pomo Indians in California. Can you go to the next? Yeah, thank you. So a lot of this stuff, Felipe actually went through it, so I'm very thankful for that. But the hitch, on the left, you have an adult. On the right, you have a juvenile. There are some major differences, but for the most part, it's pretty easy to tell them apart from other native species. They used to be the most abundant fish in the Clear Lake Basin, and the reason they're so significantly important is because when they were very abundant, every tribe and every visiting tribe from outside the area had enough to take home and basically have for a year or 2 years. And so the tribes that were within the basin, they basically rented fishing rights along the lake and along the creeks. And they were just so abundant that everyone had their share and they came back year after year. Next slide, please. So they're very important for the native peoples of the area. There was 4 historic fish runs. There's only 2 now. So the 2 that still remain are the Sacramento Sucker and the Clear Lake Hitch. The Sacramento Pike Minnow has been extirpated from the lake due to competition. And the split tail it went extinct due to competition, but also due to lack of water during their spawning times in the streams. So they would come after the hitch and they would spawn in June, July, and then hang out in the creeks for as long as possible and then make it back to the lake. but now the creeks are going dry a lot sooner and a lot faster. So we lost them in, I think, the 80s. And basically the hitch are following the same pattern that we lost the Clear Lake split tail to. So like I said before, tribes from the area and around the area would collect these fish and they would dry them. And basically they would, put them on a string and then hang them out to dry, and then they would just eat them whenever they were hungry. That was their main food source. And year-long supplies, possible 2 years. And they traded a lot with the coastal Pomo tribes for seaweed, abalone, beads, and other materials. Next slide, please. So a lot of my work focuses on the overall habitat that the Clear Lake hitch inhabits. And you'll see in this slide, I talk about certain things that you wouldn't really think that are associated with a fish. But lack of water in the streams, I already mentioned how the split tail went extinct. And it was due to irrigation, diversions, and then other just municipal uses. The creeks would just go dry, and that's where the split tail would spawn. And that was no longer possible. Last year, there was strandings in March and April. It was very likely that it was agriculture use, just because of frost protection. And so what happened was the streams disconnected, and then there was just pools of hitch that could no longer get out. And, in a natural cycle that could happen, and then storms would come and then flush them out. So the drought, it did have a lot of the blame, just the drought. But just anthropogenic activities make things a lot worse. There's also a lot of lack of cover in streams and in the lakes. So cover could be, fallen trees. Typically it's tules, but our tules have been diminished overall, along with other wetland species. And so there's a lot of studies on salmon populations, especially here, close by here in Davis, to where when fish do grow up in wetlands, there's plenty of food for them to get nice and big. So they're able to avoid predation, both from other fish and from raptors and other, terrestrial animals. And so 70% of wetlands in Clear Lake are gone. That's the low estimate, 70%. And the other thing is a lot of the riparian habitat is also gone. And so the riparian habitat, it provides a lot of shade for the streams. So there's not as much evapotranspiration when it is along the streams. But the other thing it does is it helps with primary production. So it produces all the fish food. So everything that falls in the stream that, kind of provides into the trophic level of the overall ecosystem, that riparian habitat actually provides a lot of it. And so do the oak woodlands in the area. So there's a lot of geologic studies in Clear Lake. It's like a geologist's dream to just study everywhere in there. And then one of the studies was just this core sample of pollen for over 130,000 year core sample. And year after year, the most abundant pollen was the, oaks, the different oaks in the area. And so what we're seeing a lot today is a lot of those oak woodlands are just being taken out due to development. And so we don't really know the overall impact that the oaks being removed are really having on our fishery, not just the hitch, but the fishery in general. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the programs the tribe's already doing. I'm not able to speak for all of them, but the ones that I'm able to, kind of provide some of my expertise in. So creek population assessments, that's, specifically Robinson, we do have a program for that, but all the tribes right now are kind of working on that. And we have been working on it for the last month. And it's basically covering most of the streams that used to have strong hitch runs. And so what we've been seeing lately is there's a lot of Sacramento sucker in the streams, and they're doing relatively well. Pit tagging, pit tagging has been done in the past by CDFW, USGS, and tribes in the area. But pit tagging, we're hoping to continue with that. And Habimital Upper Lake has a pit tagging program where they have an array. So, and it's only in Middle Creek. We hope to expand it throughout the county. So what you do is you tag these fish at a certain spot in the creek, and then you follow it throughout its life. And then hopefully you're able to detect it somewhere else, either in the lake or in one of the other creeks. Water quality monitoring, all the tribes are doing it just throughout their region. Habitat assessments, again, that kind of goes in with the creek population assessments. They go hand in hand with each other. Spawner surveys, that's a part of the creek population assessments as well. We've been, it's been, I think, 5 weeks, something like that, Sarah? 5 weeks, 4 weeks, that we've been doing it. And, so far the suckers they're just holding, and they might have spawned a little bit, but with these storms, it kind of brings down the temperature of the creek and they don't want to spawn in it. So they've been holding for a couple weeks now. Invasive species management. So this could mean terrestrial or aquatic plants. And one of the projects that we're working on that I'm going to get more into depth is a carp management project. Next slide, please. Before I get there, the Robinson specific project. So habitat assessment. Basically what that means is me and some of my technicians, we go into the creeks and we just walk down and see what we could find. So during this time, I do mark hydrologic, both barriers, but also just the overall health of the stream, whether there's riffles, whether there's runs, whether there's pools, if there's riparian habitat, if I've seen fish in a certain pool, whatever it may be. With the population assessment, we're using seine nets and backpacker electrofishers to try to get a better understanding of what's really going on in the creeks. Restoration efforts, small scale restoration. We did one on Robinson Creek early last year, I believe, or the year before. I don't remember the exact dates, but Clover Creek we're starting next month. And so this is a stretch on Habimital Upper Lakes land. And so we're doing invasive species removal and then native plants replanting. We're hoping to bring back an oak woodland and put in a bigger corridor for the riparian habitat. The other thing we've been working on is fish rescues, and that's not only Robinson. The other tribes in the area are also involved with that, but we are going to focus hard on any type of fish rescues once the streams do start dropping. Tule replanting, again, it's not only Robinson doing that. Other tribes in the area are also doing it, and so is the county. So carp management, it's a Robinson. It's a Robinson project, but there's a lot of partners involved in it. Next slide, please. So this is just some of the pictures from last year of the fish rescue. And on the bottom left, that's a picture of a pool, and it had 3 hitch in it. And so I was in that pool one day, and then the next day, well, that pool was probably 8 to 9 inches deep. And then the next day it was about 1 inch deep, and there's only one adult hitch left. And it was kind of on its side, just gilling. And I was able to get it in a bucket and get it out of there. But that's kind of what happened last year. It's something's going on in the streams when they drop rapidly. And then on the bottom right, that's just a fish rescue effort with CDFW, Big Valley, Habimital Upper Lake, the county. And we just went in to get as many hitch out as possible. I think in those rescue events, we got like 272 adult hitch back out into the lake. Next slide, please. So this is one rescue. One day, Ben Ewing from Department of Fish and Wildlife gives me a call. He's like, "Hey, Luis, can you go check out this pool at a Caltrans site and just make sure there's no hitch in it?" And so the picture you sent, I was like, hey, aren't those carp? And he's like, yeah, they're carp, but just, go and make sure there's no hitch. So when I get there, I didn't see any carp initially. And then I took my net, and my very first net, I got 10 juvenile hitch, just like that. So then it was like in that mud puddle right there. It was crazy that they were actually surviving in there. And this was August 8th. So it was long after the spawning runs of March and April. So they were hanging out in the streams as long as possible, and they look pretty healthy. I think there's 292 as part of the rescue, and 281 survived. So that's a really successful rescue event. It was crazy that that percentage survived because it was August and it was like 108 degrees out. So overall, it was a good rescue event. Next slide, please. This is just showing the map of where the rescue occurred. You can't really see it, but there's a red dot where the rescue occurred, and then there's another green dot where we put the juvenile hitch into Upper Blue Lakes. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to talk about carp, and a lot of people don't really know how destructive they are to an ecosystem, especially when they get very large. Carp in Clear Lake get very, very big. And I've never seen the water more turbid than during the carp spawn. Last year it was late March and early April, and it's just black. It's not even brown. It's like black. The shoreline of the lake is black when they're spawning. And so they're very successful in Clear Lake because they're more tolerant in warmer waters. They outcompete everything. After age 1, they have no predators because they have dorsal spines and pectoral spines that don't allow them to be swallowed. And once they get big, they just eat everything. Whatever fits in their mouth, they'll eat it. They're very aggressive and territorial. A lot of bass fishermen don't like them just because of how aggressive they are. You could see in bass that you catch, stab wounds just from the carp. And they're not just going out there and stabbing them. It's just they're rough and, they hit them with the fins and you could see where they got scraped. And so last February, we tagged a 46-pound female carp. And statistically speaking, that's not even the biggest one in the lake. And so at that point, we're talking millions and millions of eggs. So, for example, a 5 to 10 pound female can produce anywhere from 100 to 500,000 eggs just in one female. And we tagged the 46-pound female. They uproot vegetation. They're very good at uprooting vegetation and getting rid of vegetation. A lot of the times in the Midwest, farmers, when they want their pond cleared of vegetation, they introduce carp. And so how that's a problem in Clear Lake is they're able to get rid of tules. And, during the drought, in November, you could see where the latest tule beds were, and they were very far out of what the lake was at that point. And so when there's little habitat already, and then the carp are the dominant species in the lake, they basically get to engineer the system their way. And so they are able to uproot any kind of aquatic vegetation. The other thing they do is they stir up a lot of sediments, and the bigger fish are able to basically dig into the fine sediments a couple feet. So in certain locations, that could mean something that was put there hundreds of years ago, and we don't know what it's going to do to the entire ecosystem. And so a part of that is their relationship with the benthic and macro and micro invertebrates. And so a lot of those disappear, and that's a lot of other fish food. So a part of that is their habitat destruction, the invertebrates, but also carp are just eating them over and over, and they're outcompeting all the other fishes. Many studies actually show that once carp are removed, water quality improves. Next slide, please. This is just one of those pictures showing what carp are doing. They're stirring up phosphorus, and it's going into the water column. And so they increase phosphorus loading internally. It leads to a decrease in, leads to an increase in turbidity, so you can't really see into the water. It's not as clear, and it increases chlorophyll A. And this is amplified in shallow lakes, and as you all know, Clear Lake is a very shallow lake. Next slide, please. So again, they negatively impact vegetation, and so we did a calculation with WSB, and the biomass in the lake, sorry, this is the next slide, but in this study, there was 398 pounds per acre of carp in a lake that had wild rice in it. And so when the carp were dominant and weren't removed, it led to 71% decrease in wild rice. And then once they started removing them, they saw the wild rice coming back. And that's in the next slide, please. And so you could see, this was their initial study. They kind of fenced off wild rice and on the left there. And then in the middle left, it was just an open plot. Middle right, they fenced it off. And then on the very right, it's just open again. And so the one on the left was seeded. And then the one in the middle left was unseeded. And then the fence one, which is the middle right, also seeded, or no, not seeded, sorry. And then the one on the very right is open. And so when you kept carp out of aquatic vegetation, it flourished, especially when seeded. Next slide, please. So like I already mentioned, they reduce habitat, specifically when uprooting plants and basically eating everything. Excuse me. Next slide, please. So some of our data, our initial data showed that if there was 89 pounds of carp per acre in Clear Lake, that would lead to a negative ecosystem, basically quality. So if there's 89 pounds per acre, that's gonna basically, the ecosystem is not good to basically support anything else. And so when we did our CPUE, we kind of figured out that we had double in Clear Lake. So it was, I think the number's up there. It might be in the next one. No, it's not up there. I think it was 186 pounds per acre of carp in Clear Lake. And so we doubled the threshold of what we really want to have. Next slide, please. Oh yeah, here it is. So 172 pounds per acre of carp in Clear Lake. And then goldfish, which is closely related, had 64.9 pounds per acre. And the other thing you guys could see is look at it compared to other fish in the lake. I'm able to be out there with CDFW, USGS, and other fisheries monitoring plans and stuff, and I'm able to see it. And so this last summer with USGS, it was crazy to see that we only caught 6 hitch in 2 weeks. And, we're out there setting nets for 2 weeks at a time. And the one fish that I did see over and over is carp. Next slide, please. So some of our methods for, it's called the integrated pest management for carp. Data gathering, physical removal. So that means you could be netting them, you could be electrofishing them, whatever it means, or whatever you want to do that's going to be the most necessary for that area. Biological control, barriers so they don't spawn, regular monitoring, so going out regularly and assessing the population. You could do chemical control. It's difficult to do chemical control, but it is an option. Education, and then you just keep going over and over and try to manage the population overall. Next slide, please. So the first steps were completed last February. We tagged, I think, 29 carp and goldfish. And then once you tag them, you could follow them with, telemetry methods. So our way is just it's a radio. And so the way we did it was we drove around the lake and tried to find the carp. Next slide, please. So the reason we want to do this is we want to identify where their winter aggregations are, so it's easy to remove. And so, like I said, they bully other fish, and when they aggregate in the winter, it's really easy to go in there with a giant seine and they just net them all up. We could also identify migration routes while we're following them throughout the lake. We could identify potential barrier locations. So, like if we know where they're spawning, we could set up basically fences to keep them out of those spawning grounds. And then we could also understand their spawning preferences. Next slide, please. So this is a map showing their congregating behavior up until December. I haven't updated it yet. We gathered a lot of data last month, and it'll look a little bit different. But overall, we did find them near Rodman Slough, and we did find them down near the outlet of Clear Lake at Cache Creek near Redwood Park. So they do have predictable foraging and spawning behaviors. We just didn't know what they were. And the more data we gathered, the more we're able to identify both those locations. And eradication should take place in winter. And when I'm talking about that kind of eradication I'm talking about the big nets. So the reason we pick winter is because it's overall less stressful for other fishes, not just native fishes, but the sport fishery as well. Next slide, please. So if we know where they are, how many are there going to be? We don't totally know the direct number right now, but we're hoping with the studies that CDFW and USGS are also doing that we could kind of put all the data together so we have a better understanding. Again, use mark and recapture methodology to develop a population estimate. So we've already started off the first steps in that, and we're hoping to continue that in this next year. Next slide, please. And we can go to the next slide. So making this project sustainable, continue to monitor, survey for young of the year carp, use electrofishing CPUE models, complete fishery surveys for bluegill. So bluegill are really good at eating carp eggs, so that's why we want to do that. And then aquatic vegetation management. And so I put curlyleaf in there because there was a study with curlyleaf in the Midwest, but we want to monitor tules and other aquatic species in Clear Lake. Next slide. So what would come with removal of carp? Better water quality. Harmful sediments would be removed from the system. That's just biomass. So if you remove carp and everything they've collected, you can remove sediments from the system. More and bigger native and introduced fishes. So kind of the studies that they have done, they have seen a rebound in other fishes in lakes where carp once were. And the populations see other fishes once carp were removed were much larger, but their bodies also grew. Native aquatic vegetation growth could be enhanced with carp removal as well. Next slide, please. Oh, just references. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. I really appreciate this. And just wondering at this point, how much carp is removed a year, and what would be sort of a goal at some point around that?
Yeah, so we haven't truly started removal projects. Like this last month, we took, I believe, 70 carp out. So overall, that's nothing. The first net we put out, it was estimated that there's anywhere between 50 to 60,000 pounds of carp. And this was I think we put out 1,000 feet of net. And so it was really surprising to see that. But what was more surprising is about 90% of the catch was carp. And so me being from Clear Lake, I'm just like, I always want to see a giant bass. And we didn't really see that. We just saw a lot of carp and a lot of goldfish, which is really interesting to see because I didn't think that overall the population was that extravagant. But when it comes to removal, that's one of the things we still are working on because, one thing we can do is sell it to fish markets, but there is an advisory on the fisheries in Clear Lake. So males 25 and older could only eat 3 servings, about the size of my palm, maybe a little bit smaller. So that's one of the problems we're facing. And, that's not only with carp, that's also with the hitch. Even if tribes wanted to go to more of a subsistence-based diet, it's just like you really can't because it's not healthy for you. So that's when all the habitat restoration comes into hand. So carp removal, we don't really know how many we could take out. But, one of the days when we did, get 50,000 pounds in one net, that would probably take all day to process all those fish. So it just depends on once we figure out partners in removing the carp and where we're going to take them, it's all going to depend on that.
Yeah, it's finding kind of economies, if you will, that you can start to find an incentive to start getting the carp out of there. And yeah, anyway, I really appreciate this component of it. Thank you. Vice Chair.
This is a really interesting presentation. Thank you. I'd like to hear more about sort of your vision. There's a lot that you know, but there's a lot that you don't know. So what's sort of your time frame for next steps? What are the next steps? What about funding? And then as far as partners, how do you interact with the Department of Fish and Wildlife? And are there any, restrictions that are involved, any other barriers that you need to overcome in order to have, a full-blown program?
You're talking about specifically for the CARP project? Yeah, so for the funding, we initially got some funding from CDFW to complete what we did last month, and that was around $170,000. It was a feasibility study to see if it was feasible to actually do carp removal, and it was a very successful study, and we're actually still going through the data on it. But I think overall it was a good process. The Blue Ribbon Committee they haven't funded us yet, but I think they're going to fund us in June. Yeah, in June, and it's right around $900,000 to build our program. So we got to get boats, and we got to get nets, and we got to get staff to be able to do so. But overall, so there's a reason I didn't really call it an eradication project, because there's no possible way you could do it in Clear Lake. So this is a management project. So once we do start taking carp out, that's the thing, carp are really smart. So at some point they're going to learn our methods. So we're going to have to keep adapting to be able to take carp out of the system. But yeah, we do have the initial phase of funding. Not entirely sure what this source of funding is going to, allow us to do. But after this year, we're hoping to have a better overall picture of what it can do. And so we're gonna start doing a little bit more monitoring and a little bit more kind of setups of FICE nets to try to see what the younger population is doing. And that should start in June. And then hopefully we're able to do, a big removal in late fall, early winter. And then once we go through that, then we could see, okay, this is how much money it's going to take yearly. And that's all going to depend, because once the population does go down, it's going to take a little bit less effort. But if the population does go down and then the other fish flourish, that's also going to be like, okay, so what exactly are we going to do now? Especially with the hitch being listed, there's going to be, certain things that we won't be able to do. And then if they become federally listed, it's another hurdle we'd have to jump. And once they become federally listed, it's a little bit more difficult to do certain projects. But we're hoping that the initial funding lasts us at least 5 years. Not entirely sure if that's going to be the case. But yeah, we do work with CDFW on it. The other tribes are also involved in it, and we're hoping to expand the program more.
Vice Chair. And just thank you. I know, what reminds me again of other watersheds, whether it's like salmonids or other species, there's different limiting factors, and they all come together to create the crisis that's kind of there, and best understanding the different components, whether it's predation or, habitat issues. And I appreciate the barrier removals and water quality and amounts of water. It's not any one. It's really trying to best understand the science and the information amongst it all to understand where in the life cycle, where are the different limiting factors, and where to kind of knock those out to just help the species flourish. So thanks. I appreciate the presentation and the coverage of all those points. And I look to Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It's really informative, and I definitely learned a lot about carp that I didn't know about before. So that's very eye-opening and concerning. So I'm glad to hear that you're getting some work underway on that. So to your point, actually, so part of this, we're hearing a lot about the creeks and the work that you're doing in the creeks and looking at populations and spawning suitability areas there, keeping the creeks wet. There's also some comments earlier about the lake and the challenges in the lake for the hitch to be able to survive, and the water quality, the carp, other conditions. So you mentioned a little bit about the work the tribes are doing on the population surveys in the creeks. Are you doing kind of a similar effort looking at adult hitch in the lake and what we know about that, or is that an area that needs some additional study as well?
Yeah, so we are going to do some adult studies. It's probably going to be late fall, just so we don't stress out the fish as much. But I'm able to work with Fred Fyra from USGS when he comes out in June, and they do their gill net studies, their modified gill nets. But I'm also able to work with Ben Ewing from CDFW when he does his electrofishing studies. And so our hope is to actually do our own studies exactly like those, just at different times of the year. So we could, kind of connect all the data so we could have a better overall picture of what the population is really doing. And so what's cool about these collaborations is like, they teach me how it goes, and then I'm able to say, okay, this is what we're going to need for funding to be able to do this, and this is the time of year we're going to go after this, and hopefully it's in time to save the hitch. But yeah, so the plan is to expand later this fall to see what the adults are doing, and so Habimato Upper Lake is doing their pit tag study, and that's a part of it. That's an adult study as well. And we're not only focusing on hitch, we're going to focus on other native species like the sucker and the Sacramento blackfish.
Helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, I'll just, I know we have a lot here, so I feel like we could ask you questions all day on this, but I'm wondering back onto the tributaries and the work that you do along those, if have you run into challenges in terms of, or how do you navigate dealing with access around private property and communicating with property owners around barrier removal or barriers that may exist? How is that relationship so far? And just tell me more on how that works.
Yeah, it's very difficult. So growing up there, it's funny because like I tell people, I'm just doing what I did as a kid. Like I'm just exploring these creeks and going in pools, and I'm not really jumping off rocks into pools anymore, but it's all the same thing. But yeah, when it comes to private land, that is definitely a barrier to doing any kind of work. But fortunately enough, like when I do enter creeks and they're flowing, there's a little bit of gray area of access. Like as long as the creek is mostly flowing, I'm able to go from access point to access point. And it does take quite some time to make it in certain creeks. So for example, on Adobe Creek, I don't know how familiar you are with the area, but I think I did 8 miles in 2 days. And then with Kelsey Creek, if I went from basically the mouth at the state park to Main Street, I estimated it'd probably take around 7 hours to do. In Middle Creek, so I graduated from that side of the lake at Upper Lake High School, and I know a lot of people there, so access is super easy in Middle Creek. Scotts Creek is a little bit more difficult, but there are public roads along these creeks, and it makes access a little bit easier. But yeah, the private land access is difficult because you never know what you're going to run into, and it's not as apparent now with illegal cannabis grows as it once was. It's a lot easier to kind of just navigate. But yeah, it definitely is one barrier to be able to get into all these creeks and be able to access whatever it is. Scotts Creek and Middle Creek, there's a lot of public land, BLM and Forest Service land, but the hitch don't really make it that far, so it's kind of difficult to justify going out there to be able to do some of the work.
Thank you, board member. Thank you, Mr. Santana. Board member Morgan, please.
So just want to thank you for just a great presentation. It was very educational. And I just have to ask this question. It's a little bit odd, maybe, but just the goldfish. So just to clarify, are they the same species of goldfish that are from, just home?
Yeah, from a fish tank at home,
Yeah.
from the fair, yeah.
And so, you hear that, hey, please don't, flush them or just throw them, here or there because they grow really big.
Mhm.
And so I guess that it's just more like public education moment here of, this is what happens, and they, they're invasive, and this is kind of the result of throwing out that goldfish. And so just, if we, those that are listening, if we could do more education around that, your pet goldfish, and this is the result of throwing those out.
Yeah, and they get big. We tagged a 10-pound goldfish last year. And so that's part of a lot of different things. It is like, I'm going to go put my goldfish in the lake, or maybe someone has a pond that had goldfish in it and then it flooded, and then it ran off into the creek, and then it ran off into the lake. But Fish and Game, like in the 1920s, were doing a bunch of crazy stuff. And so I know they did introduce carp and goldfish in some areas, so maybe some of it's from that. So it's a combination of a bunch of things.
Yes, thank you. Definitely a public service announcement moment. I'm an aquarium hobbyist, and I will just say that, yes, nothing should be coming in and out of the natural habitats in your aquarium. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, and especially the number of goldfish that are actually in there is just really, again, these are complicated ecosystems that invasives are a huge part of, and we are part of that cycle of bringing invasives in. So thank you, board member, completely. Mr. Santana, thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further, I think, from board members at this moment, but soon and more, and so thank you.
I believe now Sarah Ryan.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Ryan. I'm the Environmental Director for the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, and I'm very happy to be here today. We've brought some tribal members from Big Valley, and you heard from Ron Montez, our Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, earlier. I do believe we've got some council members online as well, and also some members. As you probably know, we've been making the trek the track to various agencies since August to talk about the Clear Lake Hitch, and fortunately we've been joined by other tribes as well who are equally concerned. So I wanted to, in the few minutes that we were given for doing presentations, I wanted to just go over some of our requests that we made earlier this year in 2022. ongoing needs, so kind of an assessment of where we were with those requests and also what our ongoing needs are. And it is really about that we do not want the Clear Lake hitch, the chai, to go extinct. We don't want any more loss of species on our watch, as the kind of the title of this presentation, and that is because of the importance, the utmost importance of this species and all native species for the tribes of the Clear Lake region, particularly Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. I do want to show or point out the picture on the right is a barrier that was installed by a local vineyard owner to ensure that his pond, his vineyard pond, would have enough water in it to be able to water his crops. And so he had illegally installed this, trenched out the bottom of this creek, installed these boulders. And it took 3 years of working with CDFW and their wardens to basically talk to this farmer and finally get him to admit that he, in fact, had installed this illegal barrier. And it's finally been removed, and now there is a bit more water downstream in this creek, which we're really thrilled to see. And unfortunately, when we have to be watching our neighbors to see if they're doing something illegal or they're not in compliance with the state agencies' requirements, it's tough. It's tough for neighbors to have to turn in neighbors. And we really think that enforcement and reviews of the agencies of the data that's there needs to be prioritized, especially when you're talking about listed species. So I'll have a few slides in here where I'm giving some examples of why that's so important. Next slide, please. So I want to first point out that tribes have been doing long-term action to protect the chai for many, many years. I know I've worked for the tribe for about 22 years now, and the Creeks program and water monitoring program at Big Valley is older than that. And certainly, of course, the observations that tribal members have been making for time immemorial of the resources that are present and the stewardship that they've been providing for the Clear Lake watershed is why it's so fertile now. We're losing some of that because of loss of, because of removal of things. But it's an environmental program for a tribal government is an extension of the work that they've been doing for years. So we, of course, have various studies. The pictures you see here are some of our observation points in the Big Valley region, the Big Valley sub-watershed, because that is part of the homelands of the Big Valley people. We also not only are doing studies, but collaborating with agencies, reporting violations, and of course participate in hitch rescues. And these are sites that many people have collected hitch over the years or gone trying or gone hitching. So really the monitoring that we do is an outgrowth of the locations that are important to the people. And that's not only in the creeks, but also on the lake. There are sites that we monitor for both harmful algal blooms and their toxins, as well as just water chemistry that we've been doing for decades to ensure that the uses that the tribes have in those areas are meeting are being protected by the existing standards and the existing policies. So the data collection and collaboration that the tribes have been engaged in for decades is something that is, a part, ultimately because of protecting the people. Next slide, please. I want to point out the draft hitch conservation strategy, and if you go to that link, you'll come across 19 pages of tribal projects, and those were compiled by Irene Aquitiquit from Robinson Rancheria, who felt that it was really important for those things to be memorialized in a document. So I just encourage you to go take a look at those, and it's everything from some of the tagging and water quality work that Luis was mentioning to also doing fish studies for various contamination and of course habitat restoration. And these are that's a snapshot of really what the tribes have been doing. It's certainly hasn't, work is ongoing. We've got restoration projects Big Valley's been funded for with a Blue Ribbon Committee, as well as some of the other work that, we're piecemealing monies to do work for not only restoration, but ultimately to support the Clear Lake Hitch. Next slide, please. I want to point out a report that we gave to the Cal EPA Tribal Advisory Committee back in 2012 that, and this is the type of data that we collect, not only the water chemistry, but the habitat information and hitch observations. This particular slide, which shows the hitch migration in 2012, identifies that some of those creeks, no fish were seen. And I want to point out that the creeks in the Big Valley area always were teeming with various native fish, and to basically, Coal and Manning Creeks, Manning's not on there, but Coal Creeks and Manning Creeks of the Big Valley area not only have a flow that is pretty much gone by the time it's time for hitch spawning. And so we don't have a lot of data on, we haven't focused on it as much as we have at Adobe Creek, but there are many creeks within the watershed which are in dire situation in terms of water quantity, availability, and also some water quality issues as well. So this is just showing that, there will be dry areas or dead hitch seen, or during the spawning season. And this was something that was shared to Cal EPA a number of years ago. Next slide, please. And this is an email, I've redacted it, but you could see the date, 2013. It was sent to water board staff, some of whom are still here. And it is asking about basically we're asking, have the creeks in Lake County been evaluated for whether they are fully appropriated? And is the state confident that all water users on each creek have submitted appropriate paperwork and permits? These were issues that were brought up in 2013. They were brought up with the listing of the Clear Lake Hitch at the state level. They've been brought up at the federal listing documentation. And it's an ongoing questions that are coming, from Big Valley and perhaps other folks as well. Basically saying, you guys have the reports, you have the statement of diversion and use information, you've got the information to be able to evaluate it and see if people are complying with the requirements for data collection, data submittal, but also to evaluate it to see, if there's more water being used than, there is water. Next slide, please. And the tribe has been engaged. As I mentioned earlier, we're constantly bringing people to various things. This was bottom left is one of the hearings for the Clear Lake Hitch and the listing at the state level, a decision to list them at the state level. At the Fish and Game Commission, and that was in 2013. And, to this day, we're still bringing folks around, and that is because people want to come to these meetings. They want to be engaged, and they do not want the Clear Lake Hitch to go extinct. We know that there's a lot of authorities that the water boards has. Cal EPA is an incredibly important agency within the state, and you have so many responsibilities to laid at your feet, and we are encouraging you to use all of your tools, to all your authorities to ensure that we have no more loss of species on our watch. Next slide, please. The tribe does do data collection. This particular slide is something we've shared before, which is showing the historic spawning window for the chai, as per Peter Moyle, who's of course, California's inland fisheries expert. And noting that you can see the blue lines in the left side of the slide are from the Kelsey Creek gauges that are there. There's a DWR gauge and a USGS gauge, but those gauges are on Kelsey Creek. There's no gauges on Adobe at this point. There is equipment that Big Valley has, and now the state has. But it is showing that frost protection and also irrigation does overlap when The fish rescues and fish kills have happened, and also that spawning window for the chai, as has been mentioned today. The hitch are, once they lay their eggs and they spawn, the adults try to make it back downstream. The eggs still have to wait a week or two to hatch, and then they want to hang out there and eat and, find good flows to be able to make it back to the lake safely. And that is something that when a creek is going dry, there's not enough time for them to do that. And we have desiccated eggs and also just fish kills that happen. But at Big Valley, we've certainly participated in fish kills, collection of the fish and also fish rescues. And I'm really glad to hear that, several of the tribes have permits for this year to be able to do that. And of course, we're definitely interested in assisting them. Many of these rescues are happening in the Big Valley area. And it is very painful to see dead hitch in the creeks. Next slide, please. I'm showing some slides or information graphs, basically graphics of the surface water diversions that are happening in the county. In that upper right hand, what the county or what the watershed looks like. You can see a variety of uses of surface water diversion and this is information that is from the users themselves. Frost protection is one of the big, and irrigation is one of the big uses of the creek water within the not only the Big Valley watershed, but also within the entire watershed. And it does show that millions of gallons are being used each year during the hitch spawning run. The table on the bottom is something that we put together. Of course, we've looked at every single water rights documentation and water use reports for more than 10 years now. We look at that because it's public information, and public information is so important to keep public. And we thank you for allowing that to continue to be there. And so we have been watching and raising concerns to, especially to the water boards, about the lack of water, and really questioning why it is that farmers have to divert when that is also a key time that the hitch are spawning. I have a quote up there that was made during some of the more recent dialogues that we've been having with the agencies, and it's that CDFW, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, expects that a meaningful portion of stream flow depletion is attributable to shallow groundwater extraction. Next slide, please. So, one thing that has been made very clear is that the hitch spawning time, the chai spawning time, has been halved. As you saw in the previous slide with Peter Moyle's identification of the spawning season, we're now down to a few weeks, a year, when there's really time for the hitch to, be able to make it back, and for their fry to make it back. And, a species that has run after the chai are now extinct, and that's a clearly split till. We have identified that the county, unfortunately, has not prioritized the collection of water for water use, particularly ag water use. And, I was really happy to hear that there is an effort being made to provide this information to the agencies and to collect this information now. It is a shame that we've gotten to this point where we have lost several native species in the watershed, and we're at the point where we're potentially about to lose another. Water use, nobody has a basin, or nobody has groundwater that is, purely just under their property. It's something, if they're doing groundwater pumping, it's something that can affect neighbors very, very easily. We know that, matter of fact, the governor, because of the drought, has said that you have to show that your wells, if you're using more than 2 acre-feet a year, that it's not going to affect your neighbors. So we're all having to share and figure out ways to balance the water use. But we do know that because there are no required meters, there's been a real slow response to the look at the water diversion reports and to evaluate it, that it's not been something that's has been on the agency's mind to really be doing something about. We've also found we just finished the Big Valley Groundwater Sustainability Plan development, and it was a year of meetings with agencies and the stakeholders about Big Valley groundwater use. And I want to point out that, Big Valley sat on that Groundwater Sustainability Plan Advisory Committee, and we asked that Department of Water Resources reject the Groundwater Sustainability Plan that was submitted because of some critical errors. And I just want to read a little bit from the letter that we submitted, and you can find this on the Department of Water Resources sites for public comment, and I have a link to it within this presentation. But there was an integrated hydrologic model that the consultants for the county developed, and throughout the process, I give comments about the information that was being completed and shared by the county's consultants. So one of the things that we commented on in our letter is results of that Big Valley integrated hydrologic model show significant depletions of Adobe Creek interconnected surface waters due to groundwater extraction during the month of April, which is a Clear Lake hitch spawning season. The time series results show in the years 1990, 2002, 2008, 2013, and 2015 that depletions are up to 90% and are often at or above 50%. We commented on this fact as is documented in Attachment A, Public Draft GSP Comment Matrix and Response. However, the response sidesteps the comment by saying the average value of depletions for the month of April in the years 1988 to 2018 varies from 0 to the maximum of 5.5%, which they call an insignificant amount. This assertion is repeated throughout the main body of the document. Since the requirements of the GSP state that undesirable results due to groundwater extraction must be avoided on a seasonal basis, normalizing this number using a long-term 30-year average serves to minimize and hide the annual and seasonal impacts to beneficial uses. Although we believe more studies need to be conducted regarding surface water depletions related to groundwater extraction, the model result gives us the best indication at this time that a potentially significant and unreasonable adverse impacts on beneficial uses of the surface water, specifically Clear Lake hitch migration and spawning. So that's just one piece of information that's in our comment letter to DWR regarding the groundwater sustainability plan. And we just sat, shoulder to shoulder with agricultural users for the last year, asking for this information to be more vetted than it was. But unfortunately, the county only had so much time to develop this plan in compliance with state law, and so they had to rush a bit. But we do hope that the water boards is looking at their plan very carefully in relation to the groundwater surface water interconnectedness. But as to my point 3 on this page, bias towards minimization of trends, indicating the overallocation of water and groundwater depletion in the GSP development is one of the things we've noted. Next slide, please. So in December 2022, the tribes and CDFW put on a hitch emergency summit, and we made these following requests to the agencies. So we asked for surface water curtailments on all Clear Lake creeks for declared dry years, so not every year, but declared dry years during the chai spawning season. There is a precedent for no withdrawals during dry years. Matter of fact, Yolo County doesn't receive their water rights on Clear Lake when it's below a certain level. We asked for an installation of gauges on Adobe Creek with telemetry. We asked the agencies to support the tribe's modeling and data collection efforts. We asked the county to release water from Adobe Creek and Highland Springs reservoirs during the historic spawning run period. We asked for support of aquifer recharge projects, and also groundwater pumping curtailments within 1 mile of Clear Lake creeks for declared dry years during the spawning season. Next slide, please. So this is where we're at with it. The dry year surface water curtailment request We know that the mandated surface water use reporting by the users along the creeks is incomplete and inaccurate. We know that just from looking at their reports. I've also heard, local farmers mention that, they were concerned about their losing their water rights, and so they were putting numbers down to make sure that, they could kind of keep using that water. But that is, and because it is on our system, and it's also not something that it looks like is tallied or evaluated very often. It's really important to get that information so that your agency knows, and also other governments can see the impacts of the true water use. So existing information is insufficient to assess impacts. Our gauge installation request, a pressure transducer with telemetry has been installed on Adobe Creek, and there's also been, from the water boards, there's also been funding made available from DWR to do some additional equipment installation. I do want to point out that, that Big Valley does have pressure transducers and also sonic water level indicators in wells that are around Adobe and Kelsey Creeks. And that's been the case for at least we installed those in 2021. Our pressure transducers have been in since 2018, and we're wanting to expand that and work with local property owners to ensure that they have, to ask them to participate so that we can work on this together. We asked for the tribe's modeling data collection efforts. The water board staff has accepted data from the tribe. They're also conducting their own weekly measurements in various areas, and we're really, really glad to see that. And thank you for making that time commitment for them to do that. We asked for the releases of water from Highland Springs Reservoir. The County of Lake has offered these releases, although they're not confident that the releases would make Clear Lake Hitch meet the needs. There also needs to be, the Fish and Game Commission does have, or Fish and Game Code does have requirements for flow and passage that also needs to be assessed with regard to these reservoirs that are in the middle of creeks. The dry year groundwater pumping curtailment request, it is something that we understand is up to the County of Lake to initiate. They have been getting substantial pushback that this is unnecessary information. But we also know that there's a lack of, there's not a complete list of the groundwater wells, and the pumping rates are not available for water board staff to evaluate the pumping impacts. And that's why information is so important, to be able to take a look at. The information that we have so far is showing that, but if we want to really get to the bottom of it, it's important to get some real information from the users, the groundwater users and surface water users. Next slide, please. What else is needed to protect native species? We believe that watersheds with listed species need information about water use. So use information orders. Use them early. Don't wait until a species is on its last leg. You have that ability. In some cases, it would take longer, but there are ways, and we really encourage the agencies to use their full authorities and the tools that they have. Lack of water should be considered take of the listed species. This is something we brought up to CDFW a number of years ago. We don't understand why the biggest take is tribal collection of the hitch, rather than how about a pumping well that's right next to a creek where it's going dry and you've got dead fish, dead hitch in there. It's really not equal. Tribes are engaged and committed, so please collaborate and co-manage with them. It's not it's not about the money. It is about these relatives and these species that that Creator gave the Native peoples that they are required to protect. So the tribes are, they'll be in the forefront of these types of issues. We do ask why collect data if you don't assess for compliance. So we think that water rights reviews and evaluations need to occur regularly. Sharing information, building collaboration is something that we're seeing a lot of with this protection of the hitch, and we thank you for that. We know that these silos of the different agencies are hard to break down, and you've done an amazing job with CDFW and DWR to meet, to commit, to find solutions, and to collaborate, and we thank you for that. We do think that improved enforcement and compliance of the codes will actually make changes. There's a little formula, change equals standards and regulations times enforcement. And it's, nobody wants to do enforcement, nobody wants enforcement done on them, but sometimes it's required. And because of climate change, we need to build resiliency into policies because maybe everybody is using the amount of water that they're allowed to use, and shouldn't be anything out of the ordinary. But if we actually have prolonged drought, we have to figure out a way to change the uses so that all of it's balanced and there's enough for everybody to go along, get around. And what's been happening is that the environmental flows are what's getting the short end of the stick, and we've lost species as a result. So we really want you to find ways, and we're committed to working with you as we move forward with, with the changes that we're seeing in our environment. We need to find ways to be resilient with our protection of the resources. And climate change-induced droughts require increased vigilance to prevent downstream water impacts. Next slide, please. And our priorities for native species protection. We know that the agencies have the authorities to protect these species, but they are lacking the information and the funding, or they have limitations in scope. We know that some of the changes that we ask for are things that would have to happen at the legislature, and that's something that, as long as we understand that those are what's needed, those are things that the tribe would work for, because we want to make sure that there is a balanced use of water, that nobody is asked to, end their livelihoods, but we need to make sure that the hitch are going to be there, and other native species as well. So this multi-jurisdictional resource management approach that we're all working on right now, it should be prioritized by the agencies for any listed species. We want you to use the tools that exist. We all want to use those tools that exist, and we ask you to prioritize that to protect the Clear Lake hitch. Thank you. I think that's it, my last slide.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ryan, for the good overview of the work, the requests, the clarity, ultimately on what the tribe is looking for, and just the ability for all of us to come together, because I'm hearing a lot of commonality ultimately from the Farm Bureau side and the ag side as well, especially around the monitoring and the data and how to best synthesize and have enough trust that everyone is gathering information that is feeding our common decision making. So just thank you, I guess. And I just want to acknowledge as well your service on the Tribal Advisory Committee with the TAC here at the Kelly PA, and on the harmful algal bloom issues. I really appreciated the work that's been focused on around the water quality issues. It's not quantity or quality, it's both, and how those both manifest in the watershed. So just thank you immensely. And looking to colleagues if there's any questions further for Ms. Ryan, Vice Chair.
I don't have any questions. You have, a good list, and I do have some questions I want to follow up using that list when we conclude. But I did want to take this opportunity to also thank you for your leadership. I find, you pulling together the information for us here, and the tribal leaders, people that understand the local watersheds. I find it to be very informative. I appreciate you reaching out in a collaborative fashion and encouraging us to work with you all as partners, but also, and this will be what I think I'm going to be focusing on at the end here, and that is partnership with other agencies. There's a lot here. And I think that it'd be great if there was any one easy solution, but there isn't. There's so many different pieces, but taken together as a whole, I think can really help to make a difference. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Board Member Morgan.
I just wanted to say, thank you, and, echo the Vice Chair's comments, and just, really wanted to thank you for highlighting how the unintended impacts of our actions can have on the environment, and the importance of us working together to right those impacts. Not only here but elsewhere. So thank you for highlighting that, and really looking forward to seeing seeing the actions taking place here and elsewhere. So again, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, board member. Thank you, Ms. Ryan. Ms. Drechtel.
I think we can go to the next slide. We have just a few wrap-up slides to kind of show what the division's been working on. Before I turn it over to Jessica, I do just want to acknowledge the work that a lot of other board staff who are not sitting up here have been doing. Val Zimmer is the technical and policy lead. I think she's on Zoom with us today. Immense amount of work that Val has put in collecting data, going out and working in training on installing gauges and other work. John Murphy, Karen Kramer with our enforcement team within the division, Amanda Pearson and Anu Krishnaswamy in the Office of Chief Counsel, Andrew Hill working with some of the aerial imagery data that we'll show in a little bit, Tara Morano on our cannabis enforcement team. It has been a multidisciplinary kind of approach and really made available by additional resources that we got as part of the last fiscal year augmentation. So we've learned a ton so far, and kind of to preview where we'll wrap things up with, it's been about 2 months that we've really started to engage in earnest, and I think we've made tremendous progress. But as some of the slides will show, we've got a lot more progress to make, and I'll turn it over to Jessica.
Thanks, Eric. I just want to try to briefly wrap things up here from what we've been doing from board staff. Essentially, we've been spending a lot of time with coordination and engagement. We meet weekly with the other state agencies and the tribes to coordinate. We are also doing regular engagement with the agricultural community specifically and other interested parties, so that we can learn about the area and the problems and potential solutions. This is going to be a long-term effort, as well as the immediate need right now. And that relationship building is really key because the local knowledge is vast, and we really understand we need to make use of that. Because of that, we also have been doing data collection and analysis, and it's worth noting that the quantity and quality of data it varies tremendously. What we have in terms of surface water versus groundwater versus biological data, and where that's coming from. Data is coming from state and federal agencies, academia. We have the tribal environmental departments, citizen science. It is really across the board, and so it takes a lot of time to sort through so we can truly understand what's happening and what we have and then what we need. And what we are starting to see is the need for more monitoring, which has been identified by multiple folks and that you've heard from today. There's an image up here of our stream flow measurement training that our staff did with some of our other Division of Water Rights staff, as well as tribes and other state agencies in the area back in January. So we also installed the gauge that Sarah mentioned, but we are looking for additional opportunities and funding opportunities to help with that as well. In mid-February, we also sent out our voluntary actions letter to over 2,600 property owners in the area to alert them of the issue. This was a combination of asking for voluntary actions to keep water in the creeks this year, but also an opportunity to educate that there is a problem and provide some opportunities for folks to connect with us to learn more. We've also been talking about this at some public listening sessions, and we've been presenting a lot of other public meetings. And then we've been also actively enforcing, but we'll talk about that in a moment. So next slide, please. So essentially what we've learned from earlier, Felipe told us is that the hitch will spawn where they have available habitat, but we are finding there are some key creeks. So for our work, we're focusing on Middle, Scott, Manning, Adobe, Kelsey, and Cole creeks this year. Scott is a feeder to Middle. That's something a little newer we've added. But essentially, these are the areas where we know there have been active hitch spawning recently, and with our limited resources, that's where we're focusing. Next slide, please. So this is a slide that is similar to the one that you saw from Sarah, but essentially we have more than 225 water rights in the watershed, and some of those are for frost protection, which are in blue here. And as Sarah also mentioned, the timing of frost protection does overlap with when the hitch are using the creeks. And so that's something that we need to look at, how that groundwater use and surface water use could be impacting the creeks. It is important to note that all of the surface water diversions should be reported each year, but only about half of those 225 have reported for 2022, and we'll talk about that in one moment. So next slide, please. It's important to note that groundwater in the area, there are 3 main groundwater basins that are underlying the areas we're looking at, those creeks that I showed. One of them is required to develop a GSP, which Sarah talked about, the Big Valley Basin, which is what you're seeing here in this image. And essentially, the GSP says that 90% of groundwater is used for agriculture. That's primarily for vineyards and fruit and nut orchards. Lots of wells are near creeks. Those creeks are mainly rain-fed, and they are losing to groundwater during dry months. And essentially what that GSP says over and over again, and that more data and monitoring are needed. And I make note of this because there's oftentimes different areas of that GSP can be read different ways. I do want to point out, though, that this image taken from the GSP shows us well density for the area. So basically, those red squares are where there are more wells, and the yellow squares are where there are less wells. And that's about what we know in terms of well location, and that is important information for us to understand. So, that's not anywhere near the scale of what an individual well on a parcel would look like. And so this is leading back to that idea that we need certain information to be able to make determinations. What I can say is, generally speaking, we know groundwater pumping does impact stream flow. We need to determine to what degree that's happening in Clear Lake, and we're going to need that groundwater pumping information and groundwater well locations to accurately make that determination. Next slide, please. You heard a little bit about this. We do know there are other drivers, passage barriers. So there's a lot of areas where there's physical problems with the fish being able to pass. And these are a couple of images we took in January when staff went up and were able to meet with the tribes and some of the other interested groups. And essentially, the point here is that we know that to get past these barriers, the hitch are going to need a lot of water. And in wet years, that's probably not a problem. They're probably getting more water and they're able to get over these. But hitch are not like salmon. They can't jump up these types of barriers, and even just a gravel alteration, which you can see in the second image there, can cause problems with them and prevent them to access potentially miles of usable habitat. So removing some of those barriers may impact how much water needs to flow. And essentially, we know that there's a lot of variables, including passage barriers, but we also know that without sufficient creek flows, the hitch cannot survive. So we've heard a lot about there being a lot of different variables here, including, if you want to go to the next slide, which is water quality. But again, with all of those other variables, even its predation, if there's no water in the creeks for them to reproduce, they don't even have a chance to survive the rest. And so in terms of water quality, we are not directly working with that, but our Central Valley Regional Board partners are, and this is a list of some of the things they are involved in, including the Blue Ribbon Committee that you've heard of a couple times. They're also working on some of the harmful algal blooms and nutrient and mercury TMDLs. Next slide, please. And I'll pass this over to Eric to wrap up.
So we also heard a fair amount about the need for enforcement, and as Jessica highlighted, of the 225 or so water rights that either are permitted, licensed, or are submitting statements to us, about half didn't report for 2022. The other half has pretty poor quality. And so that's something that we can immediately and are actively engaging on, making sure that we do get the data that should be submitted to us. It's worth highlighting that, the reporting requirements have really changed substantially since 2009. Water rights reporting wasn't really required prior to 2009, and then it wasn't required electronically until 2012-13. Metering and measurement requirements didn't come in until 2016 and didn't get fully implemented until 2018 and not reported until 2019. So a long kind of morphing change of what's required for water rights, but we now have a pretty clear set of what is required. There's also 100 or so of those rights that are subject to those new metering and measurement regulations, sometimes referred to as the SB 88 regulations. We figure that about 90% are out of compliance. The other thing, and you can't really see the colors on this slide very well, but there are green dots and there are red dots. And the green dots show appropriative water rights and statements of diversion and use. The red dots show reservoirs and ponds without a claimed or stated or permitted water right. And the way we've identified these, Andrew Hill, working with some aerial imagery, has developed a tool that can essentially automatically detect ponds and cannabis cultivation sites using these air images. And so we kind of ran, I believe it's 2020 data through this tool, and it's flagged all of these ponds, which show up really, really well with a high degree of accuracy. Now, some of those ponds may not need a water right. There are circumstances where you don't need one. They could be occurring naturally. They could be springs that somehow collect. They could be tailwater collection basins. But if you look at kind of the locations of some of them right next to streams, it certainly does raise questions about the validity of some of these ponds, and it is something that our enforcement team is actively engaging on right now. So investigations are in fact underway. Next slide, please. We also know that there's a fair amount of cannabis cultivation. Just looking in those 5 watersheds that were highlighted earlier, it's estimated there are potentially 1,000 plus illegal cultivation sites. And our cannabis enforcement team has prioritized the lake or the Clear Lake watershed as our primary kind of watershed of interest this upcoming year, and is actively coordinating with state and local agencies to investigate and enforce. Next slide, please. So that concludes our broader presentation. You've heard a lot of different viewpoints and information today. Again, but highlighting, we're still about 2.5 months in, and still very early in the effort. One wet year. This year, I think we've gotten a little bit of a reprieve in some sense. We're maybe emerging from 10 years-ish of droughts, or maybe this is going to be another wet year and a blip of a longer multi-decadal drought. We don't really know yet. But certainly the wet weather helps, and it's going to help enhance stream flows and keep stream flows running longer than it would during a 4th year of drought. So we've gotten very lucky in that circumstance, and I think it gives us the time to really start digging into looking at making sure people are reporting, knowing where the wells are, knowing where surface water diversions are occurring, coordinating with the tribes, our sister agencies, Lake County, water users, farmers, whoever else is using and engaged in this effort. And it really is, I think, immensely optimistic what we've seen so far. We have seen a lot of interest and a lot of willingness to engage and talk about the issue and really to try and do something really as quickly as we can. So that's immensely encouraging, but it is a tough road, and there's a lot of barriers and logistics, and so it certainly will be a challenge no matter what. We need to get the information that we need to make informed decisions, and we need to identify solutions and potential support, whether that's voluntary efforts, state funding for other actions, habitat restoration, ensuring stream flow. There's a lot of different tools that are in our toolkit, and we need to look at every single one of them. Coordinating with our other agencies, CDFW, DWR, CDFA, and whoever we can. At the same time, we can't let uncertainty, particularly uncertainty about data, lead to extinction. And I think we've seen some of the slides shown earlier today that it is a significant risk. There's only a couple hundred now that we really see on a year-to-year basis. And that puts any population at risk. And so if we have additional droughts in the future, we need to make sure that the population is as viable and robust as we possibly can. So I think that wraps up and concludes our presentation, and maybe we'll pause for additional questions, and I believe there are likely public comments.
Thank you, Mr. Ekdahl, for your leadership as well. For just, I know there's a lot of folks that are in the unit, Valerie and others that aren't here. We're here participating remotely, and thank you, Valerie. And so I extend my thanks on all of that. Yeah, I agree. I haven't. There's a lot of cautious optimism because there is so much momentum here amongst us all. And I think for me, it's preserving everyone's trust in the effort. That the board isn't here to be punitive. We don't have an agenda other than to ensure that we protect the public trust and create a venue here before the board that lets everyone know that we are listening. We're not coming in with our own preconceptions of what have to be the solutions, just knowing that we need to synthesize the outcomes. And I'm hearing a lot of that agreement around wanting to see that drive this. And then, you know, we all amongst our state, federal, local agencies have roles and authorities that we can figure out how to best contribute to if we have that common understanding of the outcomes. And I think I know we're driving toward that now, and just know that my priority is keeping that faith and trust in this body's ability to continue to help drive this. And even as we come to moments where we may express our authorities or we may do things, it's not to be punitive to anyone in the watershed or the work, but really because we're needing to drive to this better outcome. So just thanks. I know there's a lot that we'll still continue to discuss. We have about 10 commenters to additionally get through, but do look at this moment to board members for any thoughts, any questions before we get to additional public commenters. Okay, let's go ahead and then proceed to our commenters, and then we'll have more board conversation, I know, as we conclude the item. Let's now go then to Gary, who will be our first commenter, and then followed by Colin Chandler. I will take these in order of received, and so we can go from there. And
so Gary has not joined us on the platform, so Mr. Chandler will be our first public speaker.
Thank you. After that will be Carolyn Wassam.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Colin Chandler, and I am an associate attorney in the Legal Services Division at the California Farm Bureau. CAFB, or the Farm Bureau, is a non-governmental, non-profit, voluntary membership California corporation whose purpose is to protect and promote agricultural interests throughout the state of California. Farm Bureau is California's largest farm organization, comprised of 53 farm bureaus across the counties with 29,000 individual members. Farm Bureau strives to protect and improve the ability of farmers and ranchers engaged in the production of agriculture to provide a reliable supply of food and fiber throughout through responsible stewardship of California's resources. Farm Bureau has been monitoring the Clear Lake hit situation in Lake County. CAFB has also been active in assisting our local constituent, Lake County Farm Bureau, in their effort to work with the State Water Resource Control Board on this matter. And I indeed echo the sentiments and proactive actions proposed by my colleague, Rebecca Harper, from the Regional Bureau. While the Farm Bureau understands the need for timely efforts to ensure the repopulation of the Clear Lake hitch, we also urge the board to be measured in any action they may take for maximum effectiveness. We also stress the importance of assessing all environmental stressors on the hitch and best pinpointing which stressors are most negatively impacting hitch populace. We are happy with the Water Board's willingness to engage all stakeholders, and particularly happy that the State Water Board is engaging both regional agricultural coalitions in addition to local farmers, as these groups and individuals have vital and specific local knowledge that can assist the board in our collective and effective voluntary efforts. We look forward to the continued collaboration with all stakeholders on this important issue, and I too believe, as the chair has previously stated, there is commonality in many areas among the various stakeholders. In closing, I'd like to thank the board and agency staff for your time and effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chandler. Appreciate you providing comment here and participating in the discussion. I know, again, it's been a long day, and so Carolyn Wassam and Susan Zeichel from Jackson Family Wines aren't on the platform, so we'll go next to Brock Zoller. Who I believe is on the platform.
Mr. Zoller, we have given you the chance to unmute on a phone. It should be *6. And at this point, Chair Escobar, Mr. Zoller has not unmuted.
Appreciate that. Mr. Zoller did speak if necessary. So if Mr. Zoller, if you wish to speak, just raise your hand and or try to come off on mute and we'll come back to you. I think then the next person that we have is an in-person commenter, and it's Noel Creamers. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's nice to be in person. Noelle Kramers with Wine Institute, and I'm also testifying on behalf of the California Association of Wine Grape Growers today. And Carolyn Wassam and Suzanne Zekiel also said that I could testify on their behalf. I really appreciate the opportunity today to present our views and really appreciate the conversation that has happened so far. It's been very interesting, and I think it illustrates the collaborative nature of the work that's gone on to date on this. I think we're all here trying to figure out the best path forward to help save the Clear Lake Hitch. So as Will and Rebecca talked about earlier about the pilot project around collaborative monitoring and collecting that data, I wanted to talk a little more in depth on that, and also some of the other collaborative efforts that we are committed to working on. I know there was a lot of questions and conversations around whether or not that data should be anonymous and kept anonymous, and I think it's really important that it can be kept anonymous. What's being proposed is that that data would be gathered in a way that could be identifying of an individual. It would then go to an expert hydrogeologist who would review that information and be able to look at all the monitoring information that's coming in to make the determinations that I think we all want to have a better understanding around the potential interconnectedness of groundwater and surface water. And then that information, once it's analyzed by that expert, could be shared, but at that point it would be kept anonymous so that you'd have data and information, but it wouldn't be tied back to the individual at that point. And that's very important because we will stop getting collaboration and voluntary commitments from folks if they get sued. And that's the bottom line, is people are concerned about third-party lawsuits, and so having that information kept private will protect against that. And so that's what we want to figure out, is how do we make sure that the information that's needed is available, but in a way that protects privacy. So, but I just want to touch on that. We're also working on exploring pump backs so that if water can be immediately pumped into the creek and made available in times when flows decrease to help the hitch, that's really important. One of our members has applied to the Central Valley Regional Board to get the WDR necessary to do that work. But note, there's a cost there. And so we need to work through that. Also, we've talked about removing barriers to stream flow. Members are exploring how to do that. Another cost, because you have to go through the Lake and Streambed Alteration Agreement. And then the Lake County Wine Grape Commission is hosting an educational event next week for Lake County grape growers to share best practices around frost protection and water conservation measures. So we're really committed to trying to find solutions here. And then we're also looking into legislative solutions to simplify the permitting. So if you, for folks that are diverting rather than pumping groundwater, if they could divert earlier in the season, store that water to be used before the hitch enter into the tributaries to spawn. But that's a difficult process, and so we're exploring how we might simplify that. Finally, we've all been working together with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Department of Fish and Wildlife about voluntary conservation measures and getting regulatory protection around for folks who volunteer to take those actions, because we really think that voluntary efforts are the most successful when we're looking at conservation, because then really the sky is the limit. Whereas when you have a regulatory action, people just do the absolute bare minimum. But when we work together collaboratively, we can really explore numerous options and figure out the best tools going forward. Finally, I really want to thank your staff and the staff of the numerous state agencies that have been engaged on this. We've had very good discussions, very open conversations, really appreciate the willingness to talk with everyone, and in such a collaborative manner. We've heard the message of the urgency, and we're treating it as such. And I just want to end with Mr. Montez's words. We recognize that this is only the beginning place. There's a lot of work to be done, and we are willing to continue to collaborate and make that happen. So thank you.
I have a
Ms.
follow-up.
Kramers, I appreciate it. Yes, please, Vice
Ms.
Chair.
Kramers. So this is a follow-up for you and also for the other members on the panel from the ag community. Can you give us a commitment to work with our staff on enforcement? You know, a lot of those reports either didn't get filled out or they weren't filled out properly. There's stock ponds that are out there that, as Mr. Ekdahl indicated, maybe some of them or quite a few are illegal. What can be done to get them into the permit fold? And what can you all do to assist with education? I mean, we can only go so far. We're limited resources wise as well. So what can you all do to work with us on educating growers on how to fill out the forms properly and how to understand the difference between, you know, an illegal, maybe it's not intentional, who knows, but, you know, an illegal pond and what it takes to bring it into compliance?
So I can say that I absolutely am happy to share the message to make sure that folks are in compliance, and if they're not, share resources. So the commitment that I can make is next week at that educational forum, I'm happy to mention that so that folks can be paying attention and aware that if they haven't followed the rules, that they need to do that.
Additionally, I think it would be somewhat feasible for staff and my office to collaborate on some type of workshop and create a space for intentional education on that topic specifically. Where that goes from there, whether it's outreaching to specific growers or getting a hold of those folks who are really difficult to contact, that's something our office would certainly be happy to facilitate.
That would be fantastic. I really do appreciate that. I think, you know, for me, as Mr. Ekdahl said, these are relatively new, this movement toward what are the requirements, what do you need to be reporting, and getting that done well, I think can help. You know, there's a lot of other data points amongst it, but you know, what's already legally required, you know, it'd be helpful. And especially the enforcement message, only because I don't want, we need to be making sure that, as the Vice Chair said, that we're pursuing this work, and I just don't want it to be interpreted as a hardness of the board from being here to work with folks and somehow a positional issue, and it's not. It's just, how do we get that good reporting that we already know is on the books together? So, thank you.
And then, Ms. Kramers, I'm going to dialogue with you a little bit more about anonymous reporting, because I just also want to use this as an opportunity to share with my colleagues, you know, my perspective, and want to make sure that I'm understanding how this program would be structured. I absolutely agree that in this short-term space that we're in, we have to get as much reporting as possible. And if we are not quite ready yet to do an information order, then there's this void that's out there. And looking for how this program could be structured in a way, and I understand the mindset of a grower and a diverter. I'm married to one. And so this concern about privacy. But I just want to make sure that we understand more about this program. So in the process of collecting this information, initially through a voluntary approach that would be anonymous reporting, that information that would go to that would be aggregated or that would go to a reviewer, and they would aggregate that information and then provide a report. How could specific diversions be gleaned from that report? Or is it your intention to just, and this is for the three of you, or is it your intention that this information would be, for the farming community to better understand its responsibility, and also that could go to our staff that could later on at some point morph into an information order where, it would be up to our staff, up to us on this issue of anonymous reporting?
So I'll start, and then Rebecca, if you want to follow up. So it's my understanding that the information would be gathered on an individual basis to be shared with a third party who would review it. And at that point, so because they'd have the individual information, they could be able to make to do the analysis on a very detailed level. But then would analyze it and aggregate that information before it was shared publicly. Did I describe that accurately?
Pretty much. I'll jump in and share how I think the program would best work and best serve the needed data gaps. So similarly to ILRP, as Noel mentioned, information and data would be collected on an individual grower basis. And upon submission, that data would be pulled and submitted to an expert, perhaps a hydrologist, or other expert in their field, depending on what data is needed. At that point, the expert would analyze the data and could flag any reports that seem to have exceedances or seem incorrect for some reason. Similarly to ILRP, when that data goes off to a third party that analyzes the information, they often review it at a very detailed level. And if reporting seems inconsistent from year to year, or that there may be some technical issue, that third party is able to contact Lake County Farm Bureau as the coalition manager and outreach to individual growers to clarify that data and really dig into what's going on there. So from that point, the third party that analyzes the data in their report to the State Water Board or to any other agency requesting that information would be able to provide a detailed report of interactions in the watershed and where there may be excessive use of natural resources. So when those exceedances are identified, then you can kind of return to an individual basis if enforcement is needed.
How about on the issue of analysis of interconnectivity?
So the conversation that has been happening is around looking at data gathering that happened in the Russian River. So kind of using the Russian River model, moving that up to Lake County, where there's looking at water use, analyzing that, and then trying to identify that interconnectedness. That's ultimately the goal, is looking at groundwater pumping, stream flow gauge data, and analyzing if there's that connection, if we're seeing that when the groundwater is being used, if there is an impact then on the creeks, so that then we can make adjustments based on that information.
Great. And I see Mr. Ekdahl, you wanted to chime in.
A quick clarifying, and I think the answer is only groundwater, but I just want to clarify that we're not proposing, or the anonymous proposal wouldn't include surface water. Surface water diversions must be reported. It is state law, and there's no voluntary process around that. They have to be reported. But what we are, I think, talking about specifically here is groundwater, where the state board doesn't have authority in most circumstances to either get that information or require it. And is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, thank you. When I was saying that so it's the stream flow levels rather than diversion. So thank you for that clarification, Aaron.
So as Will mentioned earlier, and he may be better suited to speak on this, but that well monitoring data could be compared to data collected from stream flow monitors and other staging equipment being installed.
Excuse me, precisely. That's the stream flow monitoring is to ascertain if and to what degree groundwater pumping is impacting stream flows, but it is not to ascertain any more information than is already known about stream flow diversions, surface water diversions.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. Great. That's, and thanks for teasing out that I was confused about whether surface water was in there or not. So thank you. So it does seem like there's a lot to do just in terms of surface water diversion data reporting and the stock ponds or local reservoirs on properties. And so as there's this effort going on to collaborate and get voluntary reporting of these other pieces, and it sounds like your offer is wonderful to be able to do a workshop with our staff and your members to try to help support better reporting. It does seem like, to the extent that all of this, I have seen with the Irrigated Lands Program a real benefit in the coalition work of helping to get data, make sure, do that, quality control kind of, or just outlier, like, I think this wasn't entered exactly correctly, or something looks off, and being able to follow up. You already have that kind of infrastructure, organizational infrastructure there, and relationships. There's a huge benefit because we have so far to go in terms of improving data just on the existing, diversion usage work. So I really like that idea and offer, and I think will be helpful for us, in terms of our responsibility to enforce the laws that are on the books and have been there for a while in terms of reporting. But the point is getting to compliance, not penalizing or going after folks. It's to get the information that we need. So I guess I would say it sounds like there's an opportunity for, we can call it enforcement, but it's really compliance. We will be doing enforcement, but the point is compliance and trying to have everyone, whether it's associations or our staff, be able to help people get the data in the form that it needs to be in the right place. So that's one piece. The other is around groundwater, and it sounds like what you're saying is that we would be, that you would be helping to collect groundwater pumping data and hiring a hydrogeologist to help create a hydrologic model to understand what the groundwater surface water interactions are. I'm still just a little, and in terms of timeline, I'm still just want to tease out to make sure I understand where, I don't want to hope, thank goodness that it's rained and we have, we're not quite in as dry a situation we were earlier a few months ago, but really want to be going into the next year with having a good understanding of what's going on so we can better, we can be moving forward and not just be in the same place of feeling like we don't have enough information. And, we certainly have tools to do that, but I think if we can point in terms of information orders or, again, enforcement actions, but I I think if we can really nail down what is the information that we need exactly, what's the timeline we need to have it in, and then making sure that we get that collectively in before, you know, and what time period we need to have that so that we can go into next year and not be in February and in the same position we're at now. So I guess can you all help me understand the timing for that and how, I guess I'm still not fully clear how you would expect the data collection analysis and then sort of the gaps to be filled before we get to the same place next year.
So there's an immediate need and desire for information directly related to frost protection. And I think that's, you know, a common theme, something that you've probably heard frequently. So immediately the goal would be then to collect groundwater pumping data directly for frost protection for this season and have that data be relayed to that third-party expert and analyzed as soon as possible for the use of staff immediately. That's the goal. And then kind of from a long-term perspective, what I see as being most beneficial is that an annual report from this specialist is submitted to staff on groundwater well pumping for irrigation and frost protection.
Okay, and I'll just say I think that we need to figure out how to get the information that we need, and if we can't get it in the detail and the manner that we need for understanding the dynamics here, then we need to use other tools, right? And so I think that's what you all are trying to do, is make sure that we can get something very quickly. I also think, you know, the challenge with voluntary programs is that you don't know who's going to volunteer, and we, you know, we have a responsibility and tools to make sure we get the data that we need to get. So I would not want to see us wait and be in the same position or not be getting the information that we want without acting and using the tools that we have.
Yeah, of course. I completely understand that perspective. And, you know, I'm really confident, and I think Will would say similarly, based on the coalition of size that we have right now, that are already committed to these actions, right? Around 4,300 acres are already committed to reporting their frost protection data, installing stream gauge monitors, among many other things. So I'm really confident, just based on that starting point in the 2 months that we've had, that we'll be able to engage, you know, a scalable and large amount of growers to participate in a voluntary program. So that's my hope. And I mean, the goal is to get as much data to you as quickly as possible. So.
All right, last thing was just, you know, there's a lot, whenever we're dealing with enforcement, you always have to prioritize, and you know, staff are pulled in many directions. It does seem like we've been able to hone in on, you know, the particular tributaries and, you know, utilize some of these tools to be able to see where are there ponds that need to be checked out, where are there, you know, reports that aren't that we need to be improved or submitted. So I would want to see pretty quickly, you know, us focusing in on those areas where it's really clear that those are kind of hotspot areas we need to understand better if we're not getting the information we need and pretty quickly. So appreciate sorry, Noel, did you want to say something more?
I wanted to say that, like, we have heard your message loud and clear. We've taken it to heart. We are acting on it. We recognize the urgency that is here, and we are going to continue our commitments to get as much information as we possibly can, as quickly as we possibly can. So I just want to make sure, like, we recognize the urgency and we're working on doing what we can as fast as possible.
Really briefly, Laurel, if I may respond, just one thing I may have left out. Of course, we'd like to get the information as quickly as possible. We'd also like for it to be as complete as possible. So in the case of frost protection, that would mean that data would not be able to be analyzed until the conclusion of frost season. So that is a timeline. I mean, any information that you would get prior to the conclusion of frost protection would be incomplete and, in my opinion, and I think the opinion of many others, not very useful.
Thank you, board member, and thank you, Ms. Creamers. I appreciate the exchange and back and forth. I'm reminded by Ms. Sarah Ryan's comments about, the importance of Sigma amongst all this as well, because, that's the other tool in the tool chest and part of this longer term discussion amongst it all too. So the interconnectivity, how we all look at it, I think, these issues, again, whether it's irrigated lands regulatory program, which is helping on the quality side, and some people thinking creatively around the way they see this, or Sigma, or all these other authorities. It's really kind of thinking how best, again, outcome based, but where do we kind of pack and help unpack a lot of this? So thank you. We still have a few commenters. I'd like to go to Joseph Weber. And we may have lost a few folks, but there's Marlon Jack afterwards, Fred Briones, and then our last commenter is Alicia Castellanos. Mr. Jack.
My name is Joseph Weber. I live on Big Valley Rancheria. I'm a tribal member and a cultural practitioner. I serve as housing committee chairman for my tribe. We come before you again to remind you of what is at risk of losing. As my friend Allie Meters-Knight said in a statement made to Congress on March 22, she said, California is #1 in economy, 4th in the world economy. But Northern California tribes rarely get credit for the roles in this very successful economy. But every bit of value from the soil, timber, and real estate in California's beautiful landscape is built on the backs of thousands of years of our ancestral presence on this land. It means we're the stewards of California. In just 180 years, the colonial destruction of California's forests, wetlands, and watersheds has replumbed these complete ecological systems to create a monopoly on water, land, and plants as a commodity. This scenario is being played out on the Hitch as we speak. The last species that went extinct was the split-tail, and that was from Clear Lake as well. Drought or no drought, the Hitch needs our help. Both natives and farmers want to save this fish. Let's come together and show the rest of the U.S. how we can work together. We can hire independent contractors to take readings and tests. Native and farmers can split the costs. The time for debate is over. It's time for action. Let's take the steps together to get this going. We are weeks away from the Hitch seasonal run. Let's not make it their last. Please, don't let the Hitch go extinct on your watch. Clear Lake natives have lost enough, and we don't want you to experience this loss. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours, Mr. Jack, your leadership and contributions to all this. It's greatly appreciated. I meant to go back as well to Brock Zoller, who I believe is on the platform and may be able to participate now. Mr. Zoller.
Yes, I appreciate the opportunity. Sorry for the problems earlier.
Oh, no, we're in the least. Thank you.
I'm in agreement with the last speaker that we need to work together. And one thing, I think if we all went up Highway 101 and looked at the redwoods there, we'd see a lot of them that were bought by people and dedicated to be parks today. And that kind of process is going on right now around Lake County. The Lake County Land Trust has bought up significant portions around Clear Lake. And I just would urge everyone to get involved with that, because those are the only areas that really are not impacted by man today, and we need to keep that process going. That being said, I don't think we're ever going to see the hitch come back the way before because there's a lot of compensatory factors in the lake that we didn't even talk about here. The big mouth bass, which were not there years ago. There's the silver sides that were brought in by Fish and Wildlife, I believe, because of the gnat population in Clear Lake. When I first moved to Clear Lake in the 70s, the gnats were so bad you didn't want to go into downtown Lakeport at night. They were around the lights, and you could hardly breathe. Those are gone now because of the silver sides, and unfortunately, the gnats were part of the diet of the hitch. So I think the hitch have found another level that they have to exist with the competitive factors in the lake, and that's where they are today. If you looked at the data that does exist, and there's a lot of it where people have been counting hitch over the years, you'll see that they have ups and downs, and every time we hit one of these drought periods, why the tribes have gotten into, for example, in 1914, it followed 2014 followed 2013, which is a dry period, and they succeeded in getting the hitch being called threatened, which perhaps they were. And so we've hit another drought period, and they're down to very low levels. But, they came back from 2013. They went up to as high levels as they'd ever been, really. And so I think this is what is happening, really, to the hitch. They just have ups and downs. And if I have about 90 years of rainfall data, this is the lowest period we've had since the 76-77 drought. And there were no hitch found in those days either by the fishermen. So these things have been happening for a long time. I think the hitch are going to recover somewhat, probably never back to the levels that the tribes would like to see them, but I don't think they're going to go away. And I hate to see it blamed on agriculture. One of the talks today, they said that wine grapes would begin irrigation April 1st. I raised wine grapes. We started irrigating July 1, and that's essentially the date you use in your mind for when you're going to start irrigating wine grapes. Pears, they said they started irrigating May 1st. Really, June 1st is the date. So what we're talking about is frost control water here, not irrigation water, which is quite a bit earlier than that. And so we're not really concerned that we're responsible for that, to be honest with you, because we don't really pump what you say we are. The streams are connected to the groundwater. There's no doubt about it. Most of the pumping occurs in the summertime, really, during the irrigation season, and not so much in the frost. If you looked at the data that Peter Windrum put together, there was very little difference in pumping, that occurred during the frost season as far as the level of the creeks. So we're willing to work with the tribes and everyone. We think there's a lot of things we've been supportive over the years that haven't been supported by many. The berries we've been talking about removing in the streams, they're still there. There was a big grant that was given to one of the tribes, and there's an agency in the way of it and a property owner. Let's go to work on that so that we take away the berry that the hitch can't get over to go up and spawn. So these are the things that we need to work on together, really, rather than blaming particular people, I think. So let's do this together and get the job done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zoller. I appreciate your comments. I agree with you that we can be an example here, and hopefully people didn't feel too much blame. I really did hear from this conversation actually just a real desire to just be information-based on what are the many different stressors, and I think we heard quite a bit, but I appreciate your comments, Mr. Zoller. Next, I'd like to call up Fred Briones, and then our last commenter will be Alicia Castellanos.
Hello, yes, hi. I would like to say thank you to Sarah Ryan and the tribe and the spirits for allowing us to speak like this. This is historic because if this were 180 years ago, tribes weren't allowed to speak. We were completely erased. And how we were erased, it was really by American agriculture. It was the farmer. And I want to read something here. According to the 1914 Water Commission Act, all diversions must acquire a permit with the State Water Resources Control Board. And the board is charged with keeping records of all appropriations. The water, the water, it's all allocated to farming and urbanization. Tribes, again, we have water rights, which the focus of this meeting is. However, they were never adjudicated. Never. So I just dream for a moment and I look at the other across the aisle, this farmer who owns everything. And may I mind them, this is a business there now that is causing death to all the animals of Lake County, that the water, it's a disaster that no fish can ever be reproduced in the lake anymore. Wow, because of agriculture. That is what has changed. And they're the focus of the state, agriculture. I want to say I am one of the first descendants of a slave to agriculture, to the great gold mines. It was my family. We're originally from the Buckingham area. We're one of the wealthiest families in Lake County. We even had our own money system, but it was because of the manifest destiny that threw us under the rug, and never to have a voice like this. But I'm hopeful because times are changing. My dad went to a segregated school, and now I can come up to the microphone like this and speak on behalf of racial inequality. You know, farming is white privilege just at its finest. Envision this: if our water rights were given back to the tribes, wow, we'd be some of the most richest people in California. The tribes would. But it's not the water, it's not the money. It's not the money to us at all. It's the life of the animals, the fish, the birds, the plants. That's what's most important to us. And, you know, I want to give a recommendation to funding. All the 235 water right owners in Lake County, I want to give you guys $1 billion to get out of Lake County, because agriculture in Lake County is so unnatural. Look how the resources of the water are just threatening all animal life and community life as well. We can't even ride in our boats anymore. It is because of agriculture. And before colonialization to tribes, alcohol is not our culture. Alcohol was known to Indian people as poison. And always for our gold, our land, our people. The white European always used alcohol to swindle us out of everything. And here they are here now, trying to swindle our lake from us. Our animals are dying. Our fish are dying. It is a disaster. Why can't we make Lake County how it was? Just read the books. It was animals, plants. Let's make it an animal sanctuary, a marine sanctuary. Those farmers can have $1 million each to leave Lake County and grow their grapes in Napa, Mendocino, Sonoma, and we will turn Lake County back into a place of healing where the lake will be clear again. And tribes, you will have your water rights. You will be the richest ones. But I'm so unhopeful that the state, you will always support farming. You have always have. It is the epitome of white privilege, white supremacy, of economic inequality. If the African Americans now could ask for 700 billion, we want 4 times that, 2.8 billion, 2.8 trillion. We have that every right to ask for that because of the injustice that has never been served. That is the end of my comment, and I really hope something gets done to save our lake. We must end agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Briones, for participating. And just as I said at the top, we're all inheritors of complex legacies here. And so just appreciate it. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Alicia Castellanos. He'll be our final speaker. Good to see you.
Hello, my name is Alicia Castellanos. I'm a Big Valley Rancheria tribal member. I also work for my tribe's EPA department as an environmental assistant. I wanted to thank you for the continued discussion and effort surrounding the hitch. I'm 21 years old. I've lived in Lake County my entire life. I've had the privilege to learn some of my community's past traditions, and I am able to practice those, what I've been taught. I hope to pass my knowledge down that I've learned. Traditions are very important to us as they give us a sense of belonging. My nephew just turned 1 this month, at the beginning of the month. I hope he is able to view the hitch not like I've had to, but how our ancestors did, with abundance, not having to fight for habitat. I think it's funny how the tribes brought scientists, yet the agriculture brought lawyers. Hopefully we can work together, though. Thank you again. Let's save the hitch.
Thank you, Ms. Castellanos. And just want to check, oh yes, another speaker still.
There was a misunderstanding. I'm Joseph Weber.
Oh,
and
apologize. And then Marlon Jack is still,
my brother
apologize.
still needs
Mr.
to
Weber,
speak.
apologize for that.
Thank you.
Of course. And so we still have Marlon Jack then. Mr. Jack.
Hi, everybody. My name is Marlon Jack. I'm a tribal member at Big Valley Rancheria. I just started working for EPA not too long ago. I've been there for like 3 weeks now. I enjoy my job. I'm a fisheries technician for EPA, and I go out in the creeks every day and I wait for the chai to start running. Haven't seen nothing yet, and I had to leave my coworker alone today and to do our surveys. So she texted me earlier and said that she hasn't found nothing yet or seen nothing running yet. But I thank you guys for everything that you're doing for us, working with us. You know, it's really appreciated. And hopefully we see these chai coming soon, you know. I know it's real cold outside and they like the warm water a little bit, you know, so. And hopefully they come in abundance, you know, so. That's all I really had to say, you know. I just wanted to introduce myself, you know, and let everybody know who I am, you know. So, and my future is going to be here for a long time. So I thank you guys, and that's about all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Jack. Apologize about the name swap, and importantly, thanks for being on the ground. And I know it's you know a sacrifice to have to take the day to come here and be here in person, but I really appreciate that and your voice amongst all this. So thank you, Mr. Jack.
Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, just to make sure both those on the platform, if there's anyone else needing to speak and didn't get a chance, please do raise your hand, and then anyone else in the room. And then otherwise, I think we heard a lot, and this has been an incredible item. There isn't a decision here before us, but I think there is a desire to maybe leave. I think we heard some final steps, but maybe if looking to fellow board colleagues, if there's any other comment, but would like to leave with any final steps from our folks on what we should expect here in the next months. But before we do, is there any other comment from board members? Anything else they'd want to make sure expressed? Vice Chair, please.
Well, I appreciate that, Chair Esquivel, and in terms of what our staff is recommending on next steps. So I'm remembering that we added this issue to our priorities list. And so with it being elevated and us moving so quickly, I think, as I indicated earlier, there's just so many moving parts. And I liken this to, it took us a while to kind of get there, but salt and sea. You know, we would have these annual updates, and sometimes it felt like there's so many different moving parts, so many different components, but it really helped when we started to create expectations that that report was going to be filed on time and that the various agencies needed to provide information so that we could have a meaningful update. And so I'm looking for, I think it'd be helpful to identify those next steps in terms of short term, but also a report back where this isn't our responsibility necessarily, but I don't think it helps to have all these silos. And we are the only board, you know, the public board that can be addressing these issues. And so I think that it would be helpful to have a report back on the barriers, something more specific, how many barriers, what's the process to identify the ones that should be prioritized, permitting and funding, just on the barrier issue. enforcement piece. What's the plan on compliance? I'd like to see a report back where that 90% becomes a different number. And what's the time frame on that? What are the various components for compliance and enforcement? The workshop, let's keep the pressure on folks. We have a lot of commitments out there, and I think that if we have something scheduled at the appropriate time where we make it very clear, we want to hear back. Did the workshop happen? Are those reports getting filed? What's the status on the investigations? How many, do we have more information on those stock ponds in terms of an update? What percent are we finding so far? What's the number on illegal versus legal versus natural? Advancing every component forward. Budget, and as Chair, you mentioned, we're not a funding agency, but we have some funds available maybe for, the reporting piece. But then what about the other agencies? What can CDFW bring to the table? What can CDFA bring to the table? What other pots of money are out there that could provide assistance? One thing is clear, Lake County doesn't have the resources. And I know that you all are busy seeking other resources, but we can be a partner in that effort as well. And it would be helpful, I think, for us to get a better sense of the funding that's out there so that, we don't want to be hopeful just to be hopeful. We want to know what's, the art of the possible. The GSAs. In the briefing that I just recently had, asking the question about the GSA, what are the next steps? What's the role of DWR on the GSA, and what sort of comments have already been made? So just getting an update on the GSA and what's possible out there. Voluntary releases. I know it's unfortunate that Jackson family couldn't be here, but I know that they are looking at voluntary releases. I see Mr. Palupa, you're here, and just appreciate your involvement. But there are some water quality issues and permitting, so it'd be great to get an update on how many acres or acre feet or what could be put back into the river, and were we able to address those permitting hurdles, and what about any 1707s or anything that needs to be done to protect the water? And so there's just all these different areas, and I think that if we make it clear to all stakeholders involved that we expect to have reports in all those different areas. And of course, your commitment, the farming community, we understand that it will be within weeks, but to get an update, when we hear of 4,300 acres, what does that really mean? A little bit more information for us. What does that mean in terms of the landscape? You feel that it's critical mass, but I think we actually need to see the numbers in terms of how many acres are actually planted and where that fits in with, the larger landscape.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. I appreciate and agree with the list of items you flagged amongst, I think, what are still many more. And yes, thank you. I made eye contact with you, Executive Officer Palupa from the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board. And thank you for being here. You're, as you heard, you saw on the slide, very critical to so much of this. Please.
There's a lot going on, as that slide conveys. Thank you, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I was going to stay seated, but I had to respond because our staffer, Jen LeBay, who is attending on the Blue Ribbon Committee, I leaned over to her not too long ago and really commented that this does bear a lot of aspects of the Salton Sea, in that this is an incredibly complex and unique water body, the oldest lake in California because of unique geology. At the regional board, we're looking at Superfund sites on the banks that we're trying to remediate. We're looking at multiple issues involving nutrients and the unique nutrient characteristics and cycling within this water body that is unique to California. The largest geologic energy source in North America is situated not too far away in the geysers and has some influence on the hydrogeology of the system. I would caution that doing anything geologically is really, really complicated, and it's probably impossible to get done quickly. Certainly, we have geologists at the regional board and DWR to kind of consult on the best way of doing that. The thumbnail sketch that I'm always told of Lake County and the Coast Range in general is that it is way, way more complicated than you ever anticipate at the start of a project, particularly when it comes to groundwater and groundwater withdrawals. We're there every step of the way. This has been a priority for our board for decades at this point because of the nutrient issues, the HABs issues, the tribal beneficial uses. We have an incredibly active tribal community that's doing just amazing work. Sarah Ryan, of course, representing them very well. I learned a lot about the carp and why they should be public enemy number one. I thought it was the striper, but it seems like the carp is a little less controversial to tag with that, and goldfish as well, I suppose. But we're there every step of the way, and we'll certainly be working with your staff to kind of understand the hydrogeology and the characteristics of this lake, what we have to be doing. I think one of the biggest commitments, and certainly the winery coming forward with a proposal to pump in is a wonderful idea. At the regional board, we don't have anything off the shelf in terms of a permit to do that, but our team is certainly exploring. Region 1 does, so we're trying to see if we can use that as a template for doing something similar within our region. A lot has to be worked out in terms of priority pollutant sampling. We're talking with your staff so that if they do pump something in, it's not creating worse water quality issues unintentionally, but we're looking at all hands on deck. I mean, Clear Lake is near and dear to our board. It's kind of one of the few, the Delta, Clear Lake, hydrology in the southern San Joaquin. These are big things for our region in terms of really complex long-term sustainability issues that we've got to figure out, and certainly we'll partner with you every step of the way. And the measures you've been taking have been truly extraordinary for the past 2 months. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you for that longer leadership
had to say
and
something
work.
because
No,
of
please. Thank you. Yeah, I really do.
It's going to be a long-term commitment. We're going to have to look at funding sources just like Salton Sea. It's very, very meaningful to the community, and I think, as Sarah has explained, there's ecosystems in collapse here that we really have to continue to pay attention to. But thank you so much for a couple minutes there.
Oh, no, thanks is ours, and the leadership of the regional board, just really appreciate. I know we're all incredible partners amongst each other with it, but I do appreciate the longtime leadership of the regional board on it. Although I do agree the complexity is reminiscent of the sea, but let's not let the history of inaction be that. As someone who grew up down at the sea, the thought of seeing this as, sea sort of comparable, that's the part that gives me the greatest anxiety.
Yeah.
But the complexity,
Oh,
I hear you on the complexity.
Absolutely.
You're on the complexity. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Other board members, please. Yeah.
So, thank you. And, I echo all of the sentiments has already been said. There's a lot that everyone's, committed to over the next few months. This was really valuable time and just the beginning. And also, we don't get to have this kind of space and time every board meeting. So I just want to say I do really want to get updates as soon as we get through. Well, let's see, when is the frost season over? Okay. Yeah, I would really like to hear an update on how things are going, what data we need and are getting, how compliance is able to move forward, and sort of status on that. So I don't know that makes sense to do as a board update, but certainly I'll just say I'm particularly interested in that and just want to make sure we can.
I'll double that request. I think the vice chair I know is really, I think everyone on the TIAS is really, right. And so I don't know if we would have an actual noticed item, if we could put it as part of like a drought update to like touch back on it. Let's see. And it sounds, and here importantly, I don't think it won't help to hold something here until we're past a certain time when we can really circle back on and get a little more and so we'll be looking for signals from all of you around that in this next, this next time ahead, and just, we'll be flexible. But I completely agree, board member. I'm on board.
Yeah, and I'll just reiterate, and I know Noel and everyone has said, I've made myself clear on this, but I really am hopeful that we can show progress and success, and you're able to get the information that we need, and that we can come back from that saying, okay, here's what we've got, here's how things are going, here's what we don't have yet, and then here's a plan on how we're going to get it. So I really appreciate that and look forward.
Thank you so much, board member. Board member McGuire.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't have much to add beyond what has already been said, so I will just thank you all for the engagement today, and completely support all the comments that have been shared and the work ahead of us, and the excitement, frankly, and the fact that 2 months ago we weren't having this conversation at all in a public space that I was aware of as a board member. And here we are, able to workshop this, able to put the issue out here, able to bring everyone together and really talk and just acknowledge that there's good work happening, but there's so much more to do. So completely support the discussion and the request for reports back as soon as possible. And I'll just add, part of this, as I was thinking about all the different ideas about the pump back projects, about removing barriers, about different actions during frost protection season that might help augment flows, it's also going to be important to understand what success looks like. And that's in terms of, there's lots of discussion about sufficient flows, and clearly a dry creek, fish aren't going to do well in that, but it needs some sort of water. And I've heard different perspectives on how much water is needed and at what time for the hitch. So I think not asking for any input today so much as we go forward, it's going to be really important to be clear, whether it's Department of Fish and Wildlife or our staff or others who are continuing to study what's really needed to support adequate habitat, to articulate to the water users and to others, what types of voluntary actions would actually be meaningful and contribute and productive in providing some additional hope that the hitch can thrive in the conditions that we're faced with today. So just want to put that out there. All this work needs to happen here over the coming months. And so starting to think about what those answers are will, I think, help inform the conversation as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, board member and board members. This has been an incredible discussion. And so, Mr. Ekdahl, is there anything you'd like to leave us? I mean, I think there was some good direction from here. We hear a touchback that we want. But is there anything helpful to leave us with further? I know what also is critically important, there's a lot of weekly meetings that we've already heard are going on. So the work is happening, and it's really about what's that right checkpoint in with us. We'll all be working on this still individually, and so we'll be briefed. But I guess when's the best moment to maybe touch back, or what best to leave us with further, Mr. Ekdahl?
Yeah, no, thank you. I think I was slightly encouraged by the vice chair's requests and kind of issues that you identified for following up, because largely they're things that are actively underway and ongoing. And so when we engaged in this effort, there was a question about how do we balance workload, how do we balance just a lot of other priorities that are on the board's plate. And again, fortunately, because we did get the infusion of new staff and new resources as the part of this last fiscal year's budget, we did have the capacity and a little bit of growth space, essentially, to take on this new project, recognizing that it was a long-term commitment, or most likely would be a long-term commitment, but also recognizing that we weren't going to have that information right away. And that's why we've been so focused on the voluntary actions up front, because it takes a fairly long time to develop the types of data that you really need to make kind of point-by-point decisions. And so those are actively, we're trying to define what is our goal, what is our end process. I think at a high level, preventing extinction of the hitch, that's the main goal, but the devil's in the details, as they say, and what does that mean at the implementation scale? That takes a little bit longer to work out, but it's something that we're actively engaged in. At the highest level, I think the thing that we can commit to and have committed to is continuing to collaborate, communicate, convene, and connect just the various agencies, diverters, tribes, whoever's engaged in the process. And I think that that's something that so far we've been pretty successful at, but it does require ongoing effort and workload, and that's something that we're going to commit to doing. And then looking at that enforcement question, going back to, I think, some of the comments that were made earlier, the end goal is not to enforce, it's to bring people into compliance. And that is the absolute number one goal. We'd much rather have the data than take a very laborious enforcement process to try and compel submittal of that data. So I think we can commit to a workshop. We'll make that commitment here today, and would be more than happy to work with the Farm Bureau and others to put something together in the short term. I think also we've looked at or contemplated maybe a template for some of the metering and measurement data, which we don't have, but we could probably put that together in the relatively near term, and that could just help provide the tools for people to come into compliance more easily. Certainly a report back. I think we want to scope out what the data looks like. Probably this summer might be an ideal time. I'll leave it in that general season for now, but then can look and figure out what might be a more appropriate time. And going through my checklist, although I recognize I wrote all this down and I didn't bring my reading glasses, so I can barely read my own handwriting. Funding, yes. Yeah. Coordinating and collaborating with our other agencies. The division and the board, we really don't have this type of funding more broadly. We don't do kind of habitat restoration type work, but we are looking at how we can integrate some of the measurement, the data collection. There may be some drought funds available. We're trying to figure that out. But our sister agencies, CDFW and Department of Water Resources, Wildlife Conservation Board, federal agencies, these are all other opportunities. And that is part of these weekly meetings where we're trying to bring everyone together so we can understand who has what pot of funding and how it might work. And then really looking at those barriers. And I mean that in kind of dual senses, the actual physical barriers in the creeks, but just the barriers to getting those removed or cleaned up or kind of addressed. And I think that's another thing that we're actively engaged on. So lots of work ongoing, immensely appreciative of your time and for all of our participants today on the panels and both verbally and, again, a huge thanks to everyone involved, staff as well.
Thank you, Mr. Ekdahl. Yes, huge thanks all around. Appreciate everyone's time and contributions. We came in with a lot of momentum, I feel, to this meeting. We're coming out with a lot still to now hear and even finer points on just how we all see the system together. And I appreciate the back and forth around things like anonymity on data and how we kind of get to the outcomes we want. It's been a very productive meeting. And it's now 5 o'clock, so we'll wind this down. Thank you, everyone. That concludes item number 3. We have a continuation of this board meeting tomorrow morning, so we'll be all here tomorrow morning at 9:30. Until that moment, we're adjourned. Have a great evening, everyone. Have a safe travel home. Recessed. We're not adjourned. Wrong word. We're recessed. We're not adjourned. This meeting is still going. We're recessed until tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening. Get home safely. Thank you.
Perfect. Great. Yeah, that's great.